Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. After you, I'm afraid of feeling some too soon. Cling to what you're giving. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Paint away, day and night, 6 hearts, hope I'm okay. You're alright, goodbye then if you dare. Someone new is pulling everywhere. I'm afraid to let them. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nothing is what I say. I feel far away.
Nothing is what I think. I will drown in pink. Nothing.
Is what I say. I feel far away. Nothing is what I think.
Nothing is what I think. Yeah. 'Cause I will drown in pink. Oh, 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 oh. Yo! I hold one up high to you guys. Sunday evening. How we doing? Why listen to what I need? Put a picture so I can see. February and chase the days away. Oh, let's go. Yeah, no, you won't be able to find Drown just yet. You will. You'll be able to get it by the end of this year. Why listen to what they say? Save yourself for another day.
This one's coming.
It's gone to the wind again.
Yeah,
Again. This is actually a pretty good bridge. Just listen and make amends. You've been down for as long as you've ever been. This sway's up, but you're down again. Just like you to pull off what you thought you couldn't think The lost stranger, the wonder familiar face, broken hearts made of pieces that shake. I've had one too many of them. So now we pretend. Dude, yo! Alright. Sunday night. Oh, perfect. That's a good song. That's a good tune, actually. That's an amazing record. To the Edge! Your magnum opus? Alright, Jeff. Thank you, boss. I'm gonna do one little refrain, and then I'm gonna pull it. But we'll hit it one time around. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. Just like snow castles, we drift to the edge. We drift to the edge. Oh, we drift. Some good ending echo. Let's go. Start the dance party early. All right, we will. We'll start in just a couple minutes. Happy Sunday. Sunday. Dude, I feel like I don't know what it's been. It seems like this week has been significantly less fucking Trump invasiveness, right? Like, I don't know if he's not healthy or, what is going on, but I just feel like it's been less invasive. I mean, he did have a huge rant meltdown about Iran. Okay. The Iran situation is still obviously not going good. Oh my God, dude, the Saturday night, cold open. Did you guys watch that yesterday with Hegseth, Kavanaugh, and Kash Patel? Oh, Jesus. Dude, it was the funniest cold open. I would love to watch it, but I can't because I know I would get copy struck. But, dude, if you hear, I did post it on my Twitter. Okay? Here, I'm going to put a link to it. If you want to check it out when you have a chance, it is so good. Okay? This shit is there it is. Unbelievably good, guys. Oh my God. 6 minutes, but so incredibly well written. Unbelievable. All right? It is so good. Dude, Matt Damon is Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, you know what sucks about it though? Is it's so funny, but it's also like, wow, that's the timeline we're living in, right? It's like, wow, what are we even doing, dude? What are we even doing? You know? Dude, watching the live stream feels like a massive shared experience. Yeah, it's true. Dude, it is. Like a lot of people, you know, you're sharing an experience with like, you know, 5,000 plus people a night, right? We're all taking pieces of it. It's good shit. But yeah, no, I highly recommend the SNL cold open. Is good. Is good shit. Mariners lost. Dude, a brutal way for them to lose. Just sad, boss. To the Chicago White Sox. What the fuck are we doing? I mean, I know, though, with the Mariners, like, a lot of people are hurt. We have a number of people, including some really important pitchers, that are hurt. Everybody's hurt right now. So, I mean, I guess I'd rather have people hurt in the beginning of the year than the end. You know what I'm saying? But still, it's disappointing. Dude, it's disappointing to see them lose. Let's go, Chi-Town. Have a round of Rock Good Cash Bourbon. Dude, let's go, BJM. On you, boss. Thank you. Dude, there's some really clever things. Jenny did not make an omelet. She did not make an omelet, but that's all right. You can't have omelets all the time. We got to keep the omelet tradition going. I mean, I didn't think we were going to need one, guys. It's crazy, too, because they will be playing the White Sox again in a week, okay? Starting tomorrow, the Mariners do not have a day off until the 21st. So there's going to be 11 days of games straight in a row, both in Houston and then LA, or I mean Seattle. 4 in Houston and then 6 in Seattle. They let you do the live streams? Yeah. No, that shit is good. It is good. Live stream community experience is good shit. But so anyway, I don't have a huge, like, there's not a huge list of gotchas with today's shit. I mean, we are going to look at the AOC Cenk Uygur thing. The one thing that I think is pretty significant news is the New York Times, I believe, did a story about Virginia related to that map, that 10-1 map that was overturned by the Virginia Supreme Court. And it is interesting. So maybe we'll just get started there, right? Maybe that's where we're going to jump right in and warm up with a little bit of discussion about this. Okay. Where is it? Right. We're going to do some little drama shit for sure, but it is this right here. Okay. Right here. New York Times article. All right. I will put the link in here, or here you can, there's the link. Want to check along? Dude, I know, losing to the White Sox was definitely brutal. But so look at this, dude. A private call. Look at the way they phrased it, though. Right? This is like the way they phrased it. A private call reveals Democrats' desperation over the tossing of the map. Oh my God, dude. It's written by a guy named Reed J. Epstein. Huh? Dude, that's hilarious. Reed Epstein wrote this article about Dems being, desperate. But here's the deal. I don't think it's desperation at all. I think the Dems need to swing. They do. They need to swing, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like Jenny and I were talking about this on our walk today. Okay. And here's what it is, guys. It's the fact that the Republicans have been breaking the rules the norms. They have been doing shit, right? Mid-decade redistricting, threatening to primary people if they don't fucking obey, yada, 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 withholding Supreme Court justices, withholding judicial appointments, using recess appointments. I mean, they literally in Ohio in 2022, the Supreme Court of Ohio ruled the map unconstitutional, and they used it anyway. Okay? So they have been breaking the rules, breaking the norms, and just giving the finger to the country, their voters, and the law for some time now. And in response, the Democrats have continually obeyed. Oh, we lost in court. Oh, well, there's really nothing we can do to argue with this decision. Democrats have played by the rules, have stayed, in the boundary box of being proper. And so now, obviously in this instance, the situation calls for some extra bravado, okay? They are rigging every single map, okay? They are gutting the Voting Rights Act. They are literally shredding all norms that we have lived under for 60 years. So Virginia, in my eyes, they got to figure out a way to use that map. The people voted on it. They took a vote. That map needs to happen. I don't care what they fucking do. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what they do. But so look at this. A conversation involving House members from Virginia and the top House Democrat reflected the fury and desperation that has gripped the party after Friday's ruling. So this person, though, obviously this whole article is being written in a slant of the Dems are desperate. I don't see it as the Dems being desperate. I see it as them being diligent and being you know what? If they're going to rat fuck the election, we're going to rat fuck the election. If they're going to ignore norms, we're going to ignore norms. If they're going to ignore court rulings, we're going to ignore court rulings. And we're going to tit for tat. Okay? Limbies, let's go, boss. I'm glad you're here. All right, so here's what they said. So Democrats are struggling to respond with some party leaders discussing an audacious and possibly far-fetched idea for trying to restore a congressional map voided by the court, but showing little indication to have a clear plan. Okay, during a private discussion on Saturday that included Dem House members from Virginia and Hakeem Jeffries, the lawmakers vented at their defeat at the Virginia Supreme Court, spoke about a collective determination to flip 2 or 3 Republican-held seats under the existing map, and discussed a bank shot proposal to redraw the lines anyway. They did not land on a specific course forward, and Jeffries and other members of Congress agreed to consult with their lawyers about the most prudent way to proceed. Okay? The most dramatic idea they discussed, which would involve an unusual gambit to replace the entire state Supreme Court with the goal of reinstating their map, drew mixed reactions on the call, and it was not clear that it would even be viable or palatable to Abigail Spanberger and Democrats in the Virginia General Assembly. So, dude, look at it. In sum, okay, they discussed a number of ideas, right? And here's one of them. One of them is a proposal to lower the mandatory retirement age for justices from 75 to 54, which would remove every member on the court. And then the Dem legislature would appoint 7 new justices. Dude, can you imagine? Dude, I would love it. Oh my God. If they lowered the automatic retirement age and just retired the whole court and then fucking appointed 7 new justices. Dude, see, this is the kind of crazy shit that this is what I want to see, guys. I want to see ballsy. I want to see ballsy. Right? Isn't that crazy? I fucking think that is insane. Dude, right? So that is, to me, that sounds amazing. Now, it's a little far-fetched, but the fact that they are exploring the options, okay? Exploring the options. I mean, guys, I don't care what they do, but they need to do something, okay? They do. They need to do something, because here's the deal, is if they let the voters vote on that map like they did, and they approve it, and we're right, and then they let a like technicality of how dates are being processed as to when the election started, if they let that technicality derail what the people voted on, and they knew, like, according to, you know, what I've looked at, they knew that that technicality was going to be an issue at the Supreme Court level. Okay, the Dems knew it. They knew there was this technicality, and they went ahead anyway. And so if you're gonna go ahead anyway, and you're going to allow the map to then get refused in a way that you knew it most likely would be refused, you have two choices. At that point, you have to either figure some way to use that map, or if you don't, you are basically, I feel like you're destroying your standing with the voters, because you basically just set them up to fail. You spent $60 million. You had an entire campaign. You got everybody mobilized to do something that then you knew was going to get rug pulled right after you did it. So if you knew the rug pull was coming, you have to continue pressing on. Because I don't care, okay? I don't care what the Dems do in Virginia, but they absolutely have to use that map. Period. There's no way about it. The people voted for it, and so that map needs to be used. Right? That's it. That the way I see it, it has to be used. I don't care what they do. I don't care if they just say, you know, we disagree with the Supreme Court decision, and we are going ahead with this map, and we will take it up with the Supreme Court after the 2026 midterms. And right? I mean, who's going to do anything to them? There's really nothing that they can do. I mean, the legislative body is the enforcement arm. You know, nobody can enforce them. You know, the federal government can't come in and force a state to listen to a state. I mean, they wouldn't be disobeying the federal government, right? Dude, so they have to figure out a way. I think this is actually pretty creative. Okay, so any plans to enact a new map for this year's midterm elections would require action in the next few days. In a court filing last month, the Commissioner of Virginia Department of Elections said any changes to the maps after Tuesday, May 12th, will significantly increase the risk of his agency being unable to properly prepare for the August 4th election. So that means the clock is ticking, okay? The majority leader of the Virginia Senate declined to comment on Saturday evening, Scott Surrellville. And Don Scott, the Speaker of the House of Delegates, said he had not spoken to Mr. Jeffries or members of the congressional delegation about the multi-step proposal that came up in the discussion. One key to the plan would be having Democrats in Richmond lower the retirement age of justices, okay? Ms. Spanberger would have to sign off on legislation. She has not been briefed on the proposal. The first step would be to invoke a January ruling by a circuit court judge that said the 2026 constitutional amendment effort to redraw the maps was invalid because county officials did not post notice of it at courthouses and other public locations 3 months before a general election. Democrats would aim to use that ruling to seek to invalidate the earlier constitutional amendment that created the state's independent redistricting commission by arguing that courthouses across the state did not post notice of it at the time. Okay? That would give the legislature the authority to enact a map of its choosing. Okay? That's pretty crazy too. Dude, see, they're like pulling out the sneak. All right? Go! Interesting, right? So if the dude, I love it. I mean, that's what the law was designed for, guys. To be bent. You bend it and you bend it and you bend it until it almost breaks. You can't let it break, but you do bend the shit out of it. You contort it. Okay. So dude, that's crazy. That is insane. Ensuring the plan proceeds would involve then lowering the mandatory retirement age and replacing the Supreme Court. Dude. Oh, shit. Dude, it warms you up a lot when it's bent so much. Yeah, no, me too. I do love to see it bent. Former Rep. James P. Moran, Democrat of Virginia, said a move to stack the court would be just a bridge too far and could backfire. Yeah, see, I don't like this shit. A bridge too far? That's what they say about, right? That's what they say about, like getting rid of the filibuster and shit. Ooh, a bridge too far, right? A bridge too far. So look at this, though. You ready? In states such as Arizona, Georgia, and Utah, Republican lawmakers have expanded state Supreme Courts to make them more conservative. So look at that, guys. Look at that. Again, here we are watching them expand courts to make them more conservative. To fucking, right? They, like, the Republicans keep doing this kind of shit. And we're just like, oh no, we a bridge too far. Dude, a bridge too far. Dude, this guy right here, look at what he says. Okay? He said he understood many Democrats felt their party need to fight back and not just be victims of unparalleled aggression, but he said, we do have to keep our credibility. And like, no, you know what, James Moran? You have no credibility if you fucking play soft, okay? You're going to maintain your credibility by kicking these motherfuckers in the teeth. Anything less than this is like no credibility, dude. Dude, this guy, what an asshole, right? And Rep. Suhas Subramaniam, a Democrat who represents Loudoun County, said he supported doing whatever was necessary. Okay, look at that. There we go. This is what I like to hear. This is a Democrat who represents Loudoun County. Okay, and he said in an interview he supported doing whatever was necessary to preserve the map voters approved, including replacing the state Supreme Court justices. Let's go, baby. He said, everyone has got to have a strong stomach right now. This is a complete disaster waiting to happen if people are timid. We have Republican states ignoring their constitutions and interrupting early voting and ignoring their Supreme Courts altogether. We know that based on that, Republicans would explore every single option to move this forward, right? On Friday, Dem legislative leaders in Virginia signaled they plan to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, but some legal experts believe the state court ruling could be the final word on the matter because it doesn't involve federal law or the U.S. Constitution. All right. And so, dude, maximum warfare. Hassan Jeffries has said the Dems would employ maximum warfare everywhere all the time. And so, yeah, that's just it, guys. You know, I realize that this shit is like dangerous, but like, guys, at this point, you ready? Here's my philosophy on this. Is something is brewing here. Some kind of crash is coming, right? I mean, we know it. Whether it's going to be a battle between a state and the federal government, whether it's going to be a military thing, whether it's going to be a national divorce or what have you, some type of crash is coming. So I feel like being an accelerationist is almost necessary at this point. Okay? Because look at what has happened in the first 2 years, guys. Unprecedented corruption, a war, a gutting of like most of the federal government, like millions kicked off of federal programs. They're planning on election fuckery. They're probably going to put ICE agents at polls. I mean, if we don't kick them in the teeth and take the House in November, if we don't do that, like, we may not ever have a fair election again. You know what I'm saying? Like, at this point, I don't care if we have to replace a state Supreme Court or ignore a Supreme Court decision. I don't fucking care. I literally don't care. They're running roughshod. Dude, they're canceling elections in the South, guys. As soon as that VRA thing got gutted, they literally canceled all of the elections in the South, which is against their state constitutions, mind you. And they are literally like defying their state constitutions. So then, yeah, we got to defy too. Okay? We got to defy too. I mean, guys, I'm ready. I'm ready for, you know, like extreme, you know, ideological warfare, right? I am ready for ideological warfare. 100%. I mean, I'm even up for like states like intercepting federal tax revenues and starving the government. I've been for that for a while, being like states should start intercepting the tax revenue that businesses pay to the federal government, and they should starve the government, right? Okay, Trump, you want to fucking loot the government? Well, guess what? The government doesn't have any money. Sorry, buddy, right? Let's go. Let's fucking go, baby. I'm into it. I'm into it. Oh, shit. Dude, I want to see who this Reed Epstein character is. Dude, how is there a reporter named Reed Epstein? Dude, is he even a real guy? I don't even think he's a real guy. Is he? Did somebody write that under a surname? Reed J. Epstein? He doesn't have a Twitter? Oh, there he is. Reed J. Epstein. Dude. Who the fuck is this guy, bro? No picture of him. He's a White Sox fan. Dude, fuck this guy, bro. Dude. He is, and he is related. How is he related to... Is he? No, he's not. No, he's not related. I just don't think he's real, right? I'm serious. Like when I look at his account, right? When I look at his account, like Reed Epstein, I think he is fake, dude. I really do. With no picture, I think he's just a fake guy. Born and raised in Peoria, Illinois. I mean, maybe he is real, right? Let's go. Maybe he is. I don't know what to think. But guys, I am, my thing is this, all right, so let's look at why did the Virginia map Let's suss this out, okay? So let's see what happened with the map here, all right? I want to see the exact reason this got the map. So here's what it was. It says, okay, so it says the court's majority was saying that the first vote on the amendment occurred days before last fall's legislative elections, meaning some Virginians who cast their ballots early did so without knowing how their state lawmakers would vote on the new map. And that the justices are saying that violated the process laid out in the state constitution. All right. So that's what they're saying is because of last fall's. See, even with this, guys, even with this reasoning, it's like a squishy, right? It's a squishy fucking reasoning. You know what I'm saying? Like they're trying to pull some sort of like aha out of this. I mean, it is a Republican dominated Supreme Court in Virginia. And so that's what they're doing. You know, you live amongst the MAGA. Guys, I'll be honest with you. Here's the deal. You ready? So I don't think there's any point in trying to convince MAGA. I really don't. Like, I think if you want to, like, whatever, you want to punk them, that's great. But trying to convince MAGA to come to their senses, it's not going to work. Okay? It's not. There are independent voters that are not MAGA that, you know, reside in every state that I think actually will vote on the economy, and they will vote on against the high gas prices, and they know that, oh yeah, Trump's been a disaster, killing citizens, starting a war, blowing up drug boats. Right now, you know, talking about a ballroom, gas is high, prices are high, he's done nothing. They're like, fuck this. But like MAGA, they have no reason. They have no reason involved in their interjection, in their like rationale, right? Like you look at somebody, a classic example is somebody like Scott Jennings or Michael Knowles. Those guys will defend every single thing Trump does, okay? They will defend every single thing Trump does, guys. They will. They will defend it. Now, one thing you can do is this, though. You ready? if a MAGA turns and they come to you, you can accept that they've turned, okay? Right? That's true. If a MAGA comes to you and they've turned, you can accept that they've turned and not like push them away. Now, I think that applies to voters, but it does not apply to people like Tucker Carlson and MTG. And here's why. Because Tucker Carlson and MTG are public figures that are using their positions to acquire political power and or clout in order to run for elections. So like their turn is not necessarily genuine because they're trying to acquire some of the political power that Trump has lost. But if your neighbor is like, man, I'm done with this Trump guy, I'm ready to hear about other solutions, I think we want to let those people in and at least let them vote in 2026 and get them going. And you know, I think for now, right? And then see what happens. But, you know, I think the influencer people, though, are probably cons. All right, we're going to start the fucking dance party goal. Yeah, dude, I like MTG and Tucker. I don't trust them, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust them. Let's go, let's go. I don't trust them. Because they're untrustworthy. They are untrustworthy. Dude, they gotta put this map through though, dude. That's my take on it. All right. I'm sorry, Reed Epstein. Thanks for fucking chiming in. Situation now is perfect. They don't have to come over. They just have to abstain. Yeah, I mean, even sitting at home would be great. Do I trust Hasan? So, like, guys, here's my thing. You ready? You ready for this? Don't take this the wrong way, but I don't necessarily put trust. Like, trust is not a requirement always in politics. For me, it depends on the individual situations. You know what I'm saying? I mean, with a person like Hasan, I'm very just matter of fact about like who and what he is, okay? Because like it's pretty obvious that Hasan is a reluctant Democrat and he wants the party to change to become more progressive and leftist, and he's in a position where he can fight for that, and if the Dems are to lose, he's going to be okay. So, you know, as like everybody who's insulated from the bad, they tend to not worry so much about what they're doing. And I don't think that's an individual Hasan thing. I think everybody does that. Okay. I think in particular, it's complicated with political commentators. And I've discovered this being a political commentator myself. You know why? Because, guys, I want the Dems to win, and yet my career is probably better off if they don't. I mean, that's the fact. And it's the same on the other side, which is why you will have political people, you'll have MAGA people now trying to sink the GOP because they know if the Dems win the House in 2026, it's going to bring them huge proceeds. All of the right wing, right? Like every right winger who's like, screw the GOP, they've probably taken a huge money loss since Trump won. and they want the Dems to win the House so their money goes up. Dude, it's true. It's like, I'm not even sure if we should be trusting political commentators because they're like, we're kind of in on it. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, I want the Dems to win, but like, if the Dems lose, it is better for every left-wing commentator. And the Republicans losing is good for the Republican commentators, right? So it's very confusing. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's very confusing. So like, you know, when you say like, do I trust Hasan? I know what Hasan's goal is. Okay. Like Hasan, you know what I'm saying? He wants to influence the party to be more of an opposition party, to be more fighter shit. Like for example, I bet Hasan likes the idea of them replacing the Virginia Supreme Court. I bet he would like that idea because it's aggressive and bold and making a statement. But I will say this in general, guys, you ready? I don't trust anyone fully in the political world because, guys, here's the thing. Nobody in the political world is really working for the general good. I mean, maybe they are to a tiny degree, but like, dude, it's politics. This is about power, okay? This is about power, period, okay? If you think politics is about helping the people, it's not. It's about power, and it's about money, and it is about, like, you know, who holds the keys to the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? And so it's, and some of it, though, guys, is just, some of it you're stuck in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I will see people sometimes, like, I'll make a video about Anna or whatever, and somebody in the comments will be like, why are you making videos about Anna? And it's like, well, I like making videos about Anna, and I want to refute Anna and lessen the damage, and the algorithm likes me making videos about Anna. So, like, if I want my channel to be successful, I do have to make some videos about the things my algorithm likes me to make videos about. Some of that is like, I have to partner with the algorithm or I'm not going to like have a successful channel, right? And so like Hasan has to partner with his algorithm and Pacman with his and Brian Tyler Cohen with his and Taylor Lorenz with hers and Ken Klippenstein with his. And so everybody is operating from a place of like the things that are important to them and the things they want to change. And they're partnering with their audiences and their algorithms and their allies in order to have a little bit more power themselves and to be able to pay their own bills and shit. You know what I'm saying? And so like, I don't think anybody is in this pure, okay? Myself included. I mean, I have agendas, okay? We all have agendas, you know? We do. We all have agendas and we're all trying to make a living and we're all trying to like, you know, alleviate people's stress and pain and shit like that. You say you don't think Hasan is worried about paying his bills? Yeah, but Scrimers, it's not even about paying his bills because when you level up like Hasan, then you have investments and then you start buying like really expensive property and you start getting leveraged. And so if Hasan's income cuts in half, that could be very devastating. Okay. When people get richer, they get more leveraged. Okay. And so like, you know, I'm not saying he's got it hard. He doesn't. But I'm saying that when you have a lot of money and you get really leveraged, you need to keep maintaining a certain level of income, okay? You don't want that to get cut in half, you know? You know what I'm saying? Is his heart in the right place? I mean, dude, his heart is in the place that it is for him, right? Like I don't think he's, you know, and I mean, you know, I don't know. It's just like we have a tent, guys, and the Democratic tent has some you know, very aggressive like people in it right now too. And I, you know, I mean, dude, I think there's good things about Hasan. Okay, he mobilizes the youth. He gets people, like a lot of people, their anger gets activated and they show up and they, like, you know what I'm saying? So I think there's definitely an important angle of him. You know what I'm saying? There is. I think there's really important shit with Hasan, and there's a whole bunch of shit about Hasan that I don't like, you know, right? He's more progressive than I am. I mean, he is, and he's not though, because he's more progressive than I am, but he also like has a lot less to lose than I do. So he has the luxury of being more progressive than I do because he's not going to lose as much if his progressivism doesn't win. Whereas, like, for me, I can't afford to like have it go too far to the right. Okay, that kind of shit. I'm in an income bracket where I'm still heavily affected by the Trump economic policies. He didn't build that by himself. He had a famous uncle that was a top political person, and he's from a very wealthy family. Okay, so Hasan is like has an extraordinary infrastructure of wealth and a long lineage of a political family. So he did not build his thing by himself. He has a profound, you know, like power group and you know what I'm saying? He like comes from a long lineage of successful political families. Right. And he came right out of college and became a producer at the hottest independent network. And then he leapt off of that, right? Because he was from a wealthy family. He didn't need an income. So he could go from, you know, being established at that hottest political network where he had instant connections to all of the top political voices to network with. So he made a move that, like, starting on the 90-yard line, okay? He was running a 100-yard dash, but his starting point was the 80-yard line. You know what I'm saying? And you have to acknowledge that, okay? You have to acknowledge that, like, he's starting from a place of privilege and already being in there. You know what I'm saying? He was already in there. Yes. His journey to home plate started on third base. Okay. So when you start on third base, you have the luxury of being like, fuck this, fuck that, because I only have 90 feet to get to home plate. You don't need to get to second base. So anything that regular people would need to make it to second base, you don't have to worry about that at all because you're already at third. And so there are, you know, people that are in different situations, can have different types of integrity. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like this. I'm going to give you a perfect example. Okay. If I have a job and my boss is being a dick and I am from a wealthy family, I can go up to my boss and say, fuck you, buddy. You fucking prick. I can chew my boss out right in front of the whole fucking room and be like, I fucking quit. Eat shit. I'm out of here. Okay? And I can do that for anything. Anything my boss does that pisses me off, I can tell him to fuck off. Now, if you have a kid and you have no financial backing behind you, there's a lot of shit you're going to have to put up with for that boss before you can make that same move. Okay? Because you don't have the same privilege. It's like the same rich people can speed, right? Poor people have to worry about getting a ticket. I mean, there's just a lot of things. There's a lot of variables. So your privilege does affect the level of integrity you have. And that's one of the things we confront in America as a country. It affects our voters. A lot of America's voters vote stupidly because they're relatively unaffected by the decisions. I mean, it's a lot of why we go back and forth. They'll vote for a Republican president, and then they'll vote for a Democratic Congress, or a Democratic president and a Republican Congress, because they're like, oh, I just want to keep the balance, right? But they're like, they're allowed to make those decisions because they're unaffected by the policies. You know, this is just one of the things that sort of haunts America, because, you know, America has a very defined white Christian patriarchal system that if you're a white Christian in America, you can make really bad political decisions and you're probably going to come out completely unscathed. Okay? And that's something profound about America, that it is so entrenched, okay, that, you know. But I will say this, guys. Even in my own life, my wealthy friends are allowed to have a different level of integrity than my poor friends, okay? Poor people, or people without a significant support system, have to eat a lot more shit. They just do. They're just in a position where they have to put up with a lot more shit, you know? And people that have a really like powerful entrenched support system, they can be much more aggressive with the things they will and will not tolerate. Okay. And I mean, I have a lot of this, even as a white guy in my 50s, dude, I can do shit that like people can't do. This isn't everything. If I get pulled over by a cop, you would be shocked at how lippy I can be with that cop. Like, you have no idea how like much I can tell a police officer to go fuck himself, that if I was, you know, a low income 25-year-old black guy, I would not have that ability. Okay. You know, and so there's, you know, people have different levels of integrity. And I think, guys, we have to keep that shit in mind. Okay. This is something that I do, guys, with everybody. I look at the integrity, I look at the integrity capacities of the people that I, you know, watch and revere. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's why I can look at somebody like Hasan and see that Hasan's level of aggression is going to be different than, you know, some of my family members in the Midwest. Okay. And Hasan's level of, you know, fuck this shit might be different than some of the black voters in Alabama. So I think it's helpful with all of us, for all of us to look at like the capacity for integrity and realize that not everybody's on the same litmus test. And I think we forget about that sometimes. You know, like, for example, you know, like I do this in my personal life because I realize, like, I'm a white heterosexual male. So when I have known trans people, not just online, but in real life, like IRL trans people, they don't trust me, okay? And I don't fault them for it, because I recognize that where they're at and how they have interacted with most white heterosexual males, that like their lack of trust for me is a completely understandable thing. And in fact, it's probably healthy for them to have that because of the way they've been treated by a lot of white heterosexual males. So I'm going to look at the trans person's distrust of me differently than I would, you know, a white guy my own age business partner, right? Because they have two different types of integrity that they're like having to process. And that is like, there's like so many different levels of that, you know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, it's just, you know, when I was 17 and I was living at home and I had no bills, I could be like, fuck this, protest that, I'm not doing this, screw my boss, right? And, you know, when I'm 27 and I'm paying, you know, $700 a month for an apartment and I need my job, you know, my boss tells me to fuck off and I have to eat it and I have to stay there and kind of even kiss his ass a little to get back on his good side. So I hold on to my job. And that is, you know, that is like, you know, that is like, you know, ways of flexing integrity. And no, it's not about having more or less integrity. It's about what I consider a wound to my integrity, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like what wounds your integrity, you know what I'm saying? Because integrity is not a uniform thing, okay? Integrity is when you've decided you've had enough or what you're willing to put up with, right? And that's a changing thing. That is not a static thing. Nobody has like, you know, what is your like red line that people cannot cross is shit that changes. You either have it or you don't. Incorrect. No, integrity is a smudging thing. It's like we said, if I'm hungry, I'm going to steal. And that is not a lack of integrity. There are times when stealing is okay. There just absolutely are. Okay? There are times when lying and manipulating is okay. And because it absolutely has to be done in order to protect your family or survive. I mean, integrity is not a rigid thing, guys. These things change. And people who act like it is are lying. They're just in denial because, you know, people have different, your integrity evolves and changes depending on the situation and the consequences. And if you're fighting for yourself or you're fighting for other people or, you know, what have you. You know, I just think integrity is, you know, it's not black and white. It's on a spectrum like everything else. Right? You know, and so, you know what I mean? Love my insight. Thank you, Sinful. Sharing your experience. Let's go. And guys, though, I will say, though, this is one of the things that we have in the Democratic Party that we grapple with is that, like, I think some of the people in the party, whether, and it's not just leftists, there are some liberals or some of the, like, pseudo-Zionist members of the party. There are some people that think integrity is a singular black and white thing. And so they're like, well, you've done this, right? Like, there are a lot of people who look at Graham Plattner's tattoo and they just don't care. They're like, fuck that guy, fuck that tattoo. They don't want to hear any story about it because they think it is just rigid. There's one fucking, right? And I just don't see integrity as rigid. It has been my experience that it is malleable. And it sometimes you have to make decisions that are, you know, are like not optimal and they're, you know, they're even, you know, against things you hold dear, but you have to make those decisions, right? I'll give you an example. Okay, my kid, it was staunchly against like what happened in Gaza. And he voted for Kamala Harris. And that was hard for him, okay? He didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris. He did not like Kamala Harris, but he voted for Kamala Harris even though it went against everything he believes in, but he did it to try and thwart Donald Trump. And guys, that's what I'm talking about. Is like sometimes you have to take a hit to your personal belief system in order to do what's better for the greater good. And those kinds of decisions happen every day. And I think, though, I think that when you are wealthy and in a certain income tax bracket, or if you're from a well-connected family, sometimes you can then go against those types of things. And you can say, fuck it, I'm going to burn it all down because I don't believe in supporting it. I will not, like, infringe my integrity whatsoever. And you're allowed to do that because you can do that. And when it burns all down, you're still fine. Or maybe you even profit. And so, right? Like, if Bryce had been from a rich family and he was just okay and he was going to get a big tax credit, maybe he would have been like, fuck Kamala Harris. He probably would have. He would have been like, fuck this. I ain't voting for her at all. Maybe, right? You know, Lens, let's go. And there's a lot of that, guys. You have to keep that in mind. And so it's just factual, right? It's integrity is a malleable thing, okay? Yeah, he just moaned really loud. See, he did have some things, though, right? Like he wouldn't, you know, he wouldn't have worn a Kamala Harris shirt or anything like that. There are certain things he wouldn't have done, you know, but you know what I'm saying? But I just think, though, guys, depending on your social class, like, you know, people that are from a higher social class are allowed to have a more rigid integrity because they're immune to the consequences of their decisions. Okay? And that is a luxury that poor people and sometimes women, and especially when you go down to, you know, like the lower social classes, they're like, they have to put up with a lot more shit and they have to do things that really hurt their heart in order to, like, get by. Okay? And that's, you know, that's fucking factual. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's just true. It's like these things are not rigid, you know? But I mean, I guess the thing for me, though, guys, for me personally, I don't spend a lot of time obsessing about, like, what Hasan does. Like, I don't know, as a political content creator, I don't really concern myself so much with what he does. Like, I don't think he's as big of a threat as people think he is. And I don't think he's as big of a force of change as some people think he is. I think he's just another shade of the political fabric. And there's always been people like Hasan that are fighting the establishment. You know, I mean, that's since the dawn of time. There's you know, there's establishment and anti-establishment. And then sometimes the anti-establishment becomes the establishment. I mean, look at what happened with the Republican Party. Okay, Donald Trump was the anti-establishment candidate, and now MAGA is the Republican establishment. Okay, so now the anti-establishment MAGA are like the America Firsters and whatever new breed of moderate conservatism, like, shows up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, and I mean, if the leftists took over the Democratic Party and made it a leftist party, there would be a new anti-establishment, more centrist or moderate group that would rise up to challenge the extreme leftist establishment that is now doing X, Y, and Z. Like, because all establishment means is you have the power. Whoever has the power is the establishment. Like, period. That's all it means. Okay? That's all it means. You know, you go to the casino and the establishment is the house. Dude, let's go. Wins, let's go. How's Gaza doing? You wonder? Yeah, Gaza's not doing well, you know, right now. Dude, we missed our fucking dance party, boss. Holy shit. All right. But yeah, I do know this, though. I do know that you know, I will say this, okay? I will say that there has recently been a huge amount of attention on Hasan in the media, but I think some of that, guys, is not like, ooh, the establishment hates Hasan. I think some of that is generated from Hasan and Abdul El-Sayed's campaign. I think they are participating in creating that media firestorm because it's elevating their fucking stuff, okay? And Hasan is very good with the media. He's got a very like family, you know, he's got a lot of political acumen in his family. And so I think those guys are using this idea of him being a dangerous outlier, right? Outlier. They're using that concept and they're fanning the flames of that in the media to generate, you know, some traction in Michigan. Okay. That they're definitely manipulating that. It's not like, oh, the poor guy, he's out to get them. They're playing it, guys. They're playing it just like, you know, Spencer Pratt is, you know, has a bunch of money and he's got a bunch of shit like playing his shit too. So you know what I'm saying? They're going after him. Yeah, I think they're going after him and he is like fanning the flames of that idea, right? Because it is, you know, it is increasing the, you know, his leftist empire by creating that narrative and doubling down on that shit, right? Right? Dude, he is definitely a fucking player, a media player, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, let's go. Let's go, dude. Oh, dude, Pratt is fucking a disaster. You know, but guys, you got to remember, okay? Just remember this, okay? Just remember when the number one, listen to me, okay? The number one element of political publicity is, oh my God, they're coming after me, okay? Always. That's the number one technique to generate publicity in the political realm is, wow, everyone is coming after me right now. All these hit pieces, they're trying to silence me. Oh my God, this is a coordinated attack from the other side. That's literally like, does it happen? Sure. But once it starts happening, you feed that machine, guys. You feed that. That generates larger than life. Like once somebody comes after you, you try to make it so everybody's coming after you. You don't want one hit piece, you want 50 hit pieces. Because one hit piece or 5 hit pieces is not going to help you, but 50 will. 100 will. If you are the most, like, if everybody is coming for your head, you now have the biggest spotlight of them all. Like, you don't understand that, like generating negative attention in the political realm is like the number one way. If you're in power, it's not. If you're in power, it can be very bad and it can cause you to lose an election. But if you're out of power, having the press be after you and out to get you is like the number one thing, guys. It's the thing everybody dreams of. I would love to have 50 newspapers like calling me the worst thing to ever enter the political realm. If that happened to me right now, my bank balance would be fucking skyrocketing. I would be saying shit to have them all like fuming. I would be saying shit to like set them on fire every day. So I would get another headline. Like, you got to understand how this game is played, guys. This game is not like, oh, I don't want them to come after me. You want them after you. You want everybody coming for your head when you're not in power. And then when you're in power, you want a little more support. But like, guys, it's like, you don't understand. Like, Hasan, like, he's bemoaning it and whatever, talking, oh, they're after me. But dude, he is loving right now. This is the greatest fucking thing that ever happened to him, dude. He is fucking dancing in his house like, oh my God, bro. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. The guy is like living, he's never been as fucking well off politically as with everybody attacking him. That's what you want, dude. That's what you want, dude. That's the optimal situation, bro. Guys, you guys act like content creators are not, you know, like controversy stirrers. You know what I'm saying? Dude, we look for that shit. Believe me, guys, there will come a time where I set off some type of like negative thing, and if it happens, believe me, I will lean into it with every ounce. Damn, nobody wants a Sunday dance party? No, we're gonna start it over, Linz. I just forgot about it. I mean, dude, that's how you make your living, guys. You make your living by, like, my God, dude, the month I went head to head with Andrew Tate, and everybody was mad at me, and there were like 10 million view TikToks berating me, and the whole community hated me. I made more money that month. I mean, even G Fuel, my fucking sponsor, sent me a free fridge. I made more money the month that everybody hated me because of Andrew Tate than ever. You know what I'm saying? It was the most lucrative month. Dude, being hated or having people after you is optimal. Dude, Blunt Front, let's go. All right, let's restart this. Now we're moving on, though. We're moving on, because I want to cover politics. I don't really want to fucking sit and talk about, like, fucking, Hasan all the time. I don't know. The people come in here and they always want to talk about Hasan. He's like, I mean, I don't know, man. He is who he is, boss. Right? I am more of a Kyle Kulinski guy myself, right? As far as leftists go. Dude, I like Kyle Kulinski better than I like Hasan. I mean, I like Hasan too, though. I do. I think, but I mean, Hasan is obviously, dude, he's from Turkey and he's got a Muslim background. So his feelings about Israel are going to be very extreme compared to what most North Americans feel like, right? Because he's got a much more personal connection to that shit. You know what I'm saying? I am not Muslim, right? And so, like, I don't have the same ferocity about the Middle East that, like, Muslim people do, or people with Muslim backgrounds. They have a much deeper connection. You know what I'm saying? I mean, guys, it's like the same way with me. Like, for me, LGBTQ issues here in America are more a thing to me because that does affect my family, and it does affect, like, the people I've known my whole life, and it's part of what I grew up fighting as a child, right? And so, like, dude, he's got his thing, and there's a huge audience for it, and worldwide, he is tapped into, like, what's going on, and I think that is great, right? But it's like, I'm much more focused on my home domestic policy, right? I am. And I think having grown up in a Christian nation, I realize that some of the Zionism in America is not going away because of the Christian contingent here. And so I know that there are people who are going to fight to just end all Zionist influence in America. And it's just never going to happen. there's always going to be a little bit here because there are billionaire evangelical Christians that are fighting for the rapture. So, you know, I guess my tolerance of like what our reality is in America is just a little different, you know, but I'm sure there's a part of Hasan's contingent who think that they're going to take over America too. And they're going to eliminate, like, get all the, you know, whatever Christians out of the government. Right. And I mean, I'm down for getting all the Christians out of the government, but not if we replace them with people from other Abrahamic religions. I want all the Abrahamic religions out. I want no Christians, no Jews, no Muslims. I want no religious people in government. And I know I'm never going to get that. Right. Dude, you know? Oh, shit. Right. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I do like Kyle, though. I like Kyle. Let's go. It's more about electing progressive candidates. Yeah. I mean, if I like the progressives, right? I think even with progressives, not all progressives are created equal, right? You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I mean? Not all progressives are created equal. Dude, I mean, I've watched some progressives. Kirsten Sinema, John Fetterman come to mind, guys. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I think it's just hard because, you know, again, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, that this is something that when you say it's all about electing progressives, you got to realize that can be manipulated too. Okay? Because people will campaign as progressives, and once they get in office, that doesn't mean they're going to govern as progressives, right? And so, like, some have. I feel like AOC has, but it's weird, though, because a lot of leftists hate AOC, dude. I see them all day, dude, all day long, harshing on AOC. Bro, it's like once people get into office, they harsh on them. We absolutely do not claim Fetterman. Dude, what a disaster. Dude. You know? All right, we're moving on, though. We're moving on. This is such a, like, it's such a boring fucking discussion, dude, about, like, I don't know. It is, dude. It's like, you know, for me, let me just say this. You ready? Hear me out on this and be very clear. Just because someone says they're a progressive does not mean they're getting my fucking vote. Okay, let me be very clear about that, because now with the disdain of the parties, people claiming to be progressives is like the new way of like winning favor. So I am very skeptical of progressives. Very, okay, I am, and I think we all should be, right? We all need to be looking at people's history and track record. Because everybody's a fucking liar right now, guys. Everybody is trying to use the apathy towards the two main political parties to get in there. I mean, you have Spencer Pratt doing this shit in LA, right? You had Fetterman and Sinema doing this shit recently. Dude, even Ruben Gallego, okay, like gets in there and all of a sudden is like more conservative. Like once they get elected, they tend to, it seems like everybody gets a little more conservative once they get that bank balance, dude. Once they get that power, you know? And so it's like, it's hard. It's hard. I think a lot of people, you know, it's, you know, I'm very scrutinizing, you know? Dude, it's just tough. And it's not a diss of progressives. I think it's just hard because guys, like getting 535 people in Congress to do like one thing is like really hard. You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, it's pretty crazy. Even in my lifetime, guys, I've not witnessed like a huge amount of the most change I witnessed was social change, and all of that's getting rolled back now. But there has not been a lot of economic change over the course of my lifetime. You know, it just got worse after Reagan, and it's never really gotten better. You know, it got briefly better in the early 90s, right? And then it's been pretty much progressively, we've been in recovery ever since. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, like the economy was good in the middle 90s, and other than that, we've been recovering like the whole time, dude. We've been in a constant state of recovery while our debt fucking, you know, just has gotten exorbitant. So, like, guys, it's hard because do I want Medicare for all? I do. But I'm like, fuck, bro. We have to get rid of this national debt. If we don't get rid of this national debt, like, we're not getting anything, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can be the most progressive people out there. If we don't get rid of our national debt, there will be no beneficial economic change in this country, period. No government, right? No healthcare, no education, no nothing, dude. No nothing, boss. Like, you know, we got to do something. We need a significant fucking tax structure change, you know? Universal health care saves money when it's implemented. It saves money, but it doesn't save money for the greedy insurance companies and the greedy healthcare companies, right? They don't want to save money. They want to overcharge and stack profits. And like, again, like, you know, you need a robust and powerful federal government that can flex its muscles if you're going to fucking make some of that shit happen. And a government that is over leveraged and deeply in debt and not free to like you can't, you know, kneecap an industry in your country when you're $30 trillion in debt. You know what I'm saying? Like, in order for you to kneecap something and take the pain of it, you have to be in a stable position to be able to suffer a wound, right? Otherwise, you just are going to crash your whole fucking economy. You know what I'm saying? And like, the health insurance companies are not going to give up billions in profits, you know, easily, right? They're not. You know what I'm saying? You think, what are you going to do? You're going to pass a law that just says all healthcare companies are bankrupt? And then like 30 are no longer, or what? What are they forced to now? They're obeying the government. You know what I'm saying? And like, I mean, we have some finagling to do. You know, we do. We have some finagling to do because we've let the healthcare industry become this ginormous like portion of our GDP. And I just think we have to do, like, nobody seems to be worried about the debt. And let me just tell you, as a small business operator, okay, you can make your biggest moves when you're not over leveraged in debt. It's hard to make really big expansion moves, and it's hard to, like, you know, close doors and open other ones when you're drowning in debt. You know what I'm saying? It's just hard. All right, guys, let's go. I'm done. I'm moving on. You know, again, I know we have people in chat that are like, no, the debt doesn't matter. We can just snap our fingers and there's going to be universal health care and it's not going to affect the economy at all. And it's all of a sudden, it's like the debt's going to go down and nobody's even going to notice the shock of like taking a huge portion of the country's GDP and like instantaneously making it switch. People are afraid of this shit. Let's go. Dude, the military's out of control, boss. Yeah. I can tell you right now, though, like, vote wisely, because if we keep putting Republicans in power, we're going to end up having nothing but the military and work camps for all the people that aren't wealthy. All right? So that's what we got. Dude, the Republicans don't even care about debt, boss. The Republicans are the worst. They've never cared about debt. Okay? Dude, they cut taxes every time. You can't cut your income and say you're concerned about the debt. Yeah, let's go. Dude, again, Scrimers, like, there's no point in talking to you, boss, because you're just chewing up space, bro. You know, how are moderate Dems any better? Yeah, if Hasan was president, we wouldn't have any debt. We would have Medicare for all. Oh, yeah, the whole world would be like, oh, just fixed. All we have to do. Dude, give me a fucking break, bro. Dude. Dude. I mean, people just want to jerk it. They're like, oh, no. If we did it Hasan's way, the whole country would be perfect. Dude, no. We would have a different set of problems. Dude, they have healthcare in Europe. They have different problems, right? We all have different problems. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, you can't have 8 billion people consuming the resources on a planet and think that collaboration is ever going to go smoothly. Dude, there's just too many people, not enough resources, boss. I'm telling you right now, there's only one issue in this whole fucking world, guys. It's wealth distribution. Okay? Here it is. Look at this. You ready? Right here. I'm going to show you 2 charts. Okay? This is billionaire wealth from let's start here, 87 to 2021, right? And this is the homeless population from 87 to 2021. And it's basically the exact same curve, guys. This is it. This is the whole situation with the world, okay? Is the wealth is not distributed correctly, okay? And guys, I'm telling you right now, until we fix the wealth distribution, anything you do is going to be fucked, okay? It's like we have to figure out the wealth distribution, right? We do. That's it. It's like, dude, I mean, at any given time, there's a finite amount of wealth on the planet. And if all of it is in the hands of a few, the many are starving. And if the many are starving, none of the systems work well. Okay? So there you go. There it is. There you go. That's all you need to do. Let me know when you got a good plan. Because the problem is the people with all the wealth don't want to give it up. Dude. I'm sorry. I had to hide that guy. Dude, he asked, how does Medicare for all happen in 2028? Dude, it doesn't. Medicare for all may happen in 2040, maybe, if we start laying some groundwork and start fucking, making us capable. Dude, yeah, I'm sorry. I just can't look at that shit anymore, dude. Dude, he's dude, it's like arguing with a vacuum, boss. Oh my God. Dude. Dude, it's just so tiring. I'm serious. It's like so tiring. You don't even know if that person, I don't know what that person's on, but like, they're just so dumb. Anyone who asks that, how do we get Medicare for all in 2028? If you think you're getting Medicare for all in 2028, if Abdul El-Sayed wins the Senate, you are a fucking moron, boss. You don't even understand. You're going to need like 40 years of smart voting and people actually running for office. I think, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we need less people talking about progressivism and more of them actually out there winning fucking elections. I'm serious. Dude, it's so tiring, because that's the problem, guys, with what I call pocket progressives, okay? Because pocket progressives talk about progressivism, but they don't run for office. And like, dude, if you want progressivism, you yourself need to run for office as a progressive. But like, a lot of progressivism in America is a bunch of people who will never put their own skin in the game. They're never going to run for office, but they're going to decry everything that is not their progressive ideal. Like, no, if we don't have, you want Medicare for all, are you willing to run for office to get it? Nope. But I want all the progressives to run for office and make it happen for me. And it's like, dude, that's bullshit, right? It's like, if you really want Medicare for all, you have to be willing to fucking run for office. That's how we're going to get it, is the people that are willing to fucking run for office, that are willing to like fight for that. I mean, the rest of us are just talking about it. And it's fine if you're just talking about it and creating a climate to inspire other people to run for office, but to act like everybody who's not doing it is failing when you yourself aren't willing to get into the game is where I start having problems. Because I was raised where if you want to be a part of the solution, you do the work. You know what I'm saying? You do the work. You become part of the solution. And standing on the sidelines and yelling at everybody and telling them they're not doing it right is not a part of the solution. You know, you gotta, like, we gotta get elected or be working on campaigns to get elected, you know? And, right? Dude, if you want something done, you gotta do it yourself. Ah. Ah. Dude. Dude, again, though, I do have to reiterate, again, you ready? I don't dislike Hasan, but I do dislike most of his audience. That's the problem I have with Hasan. I don't like his audience because they're like automatons, right? That fucking like flap their gums, but they have no like practical connection to doing the actual things that they fucking talk about all the time. They're just like, oh, we can just do this so easy. It's like flipping a light switch. And it's like, goddamn, you don't fucking, you know what I'm saying? Right? There you go. That's it, dude. It's like, I just don't like most of his audience. I think I actually sometimes like moderate myself a little bit because I don't want to end up capturing that audience. I think the rabid, like, you know, oh, anything that says they're a progressive is the automatic, like, you know, shining light, and like, we're gonna have Medicare for all in 2028, and like, if you elect a fucking, you know, if you elect a progressive president, the whole country's just gonna fix in 4 years. It's like so clueless. You know what I'm saying? I think I share some of his audience. I do, because I mean, you know what it is, guys, is like I'm more like, I'm not a straight up like whatever, you know, Zionist, centrist, whatever, like entity, right? And I'm not corporate. I'm definitely gruff and you know, I'm way left in spirit. I'm just also like, you know, I've always been a system worker. You know what I'm saying? I mean, guys, I've been a rebel my whole life. Okay. But like, let me just tell you, like, the reason why I've been able to live as a rebel my whole life is because I learned how to work the systems. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like you can be a better rebel with the power of the system at your disposal, as opposed to fighting the system. Is like, you can't really rebel when you're fighting the system because the system is dictating the fight. So like, I've always found, like, you know, it's like when I move into a job and I want to rebel against all the employee rules and I want to break all the rules at the job, I get the powers that be at that job on my side. And then once they're on my side, I can do whatever the fuck I want. And that's the way I've always rebelled, is by using the power of the system instead of just like fighting the system until the system disposes of me. And so that's why politically I don't, like, you know, I'm not going to just sit there and shout down the Democratic apparatus so they just bowl me over. You know, I'm going to try to use the apparatus, you know? Dude, see, Destiny is kind of a right winger, guys. Okay? Dude, Destiny, he's got a big right-wing audience, guys. Okay? If you look at Destiny, I know he's liberal, but he's also like, he's the liberal that right-wingers like. Okay? Destiny is. Destiny is like a significant portion of his audience is right-wing. You know? You know what I'm saying? It's true, dude. He spends more time with right-wingers than he does with left-wingers. Right? He's a sick moron. Hasan has lots of troll followers. I'm sure Hasan probably gets like moderates that get in his chat and argue his fucking leftism. I mean, there's always people just who want to argue. But all right, dude, we're gonna try the goal one more time, dude. All right, there we go. Because we've forgotten about it. We've abandoned the dance party. Now we're going to need a dance party. Dude, definitely going to need the fucking dance party, boss. All right, there we go. Let's try this. I will say this though, guys. Okay? Let me just say this. That I am going to be looking at all the left-wing fucking creators in the next 2 elections. Okay? And this includes Hasan. Okay? And if Hasan does a like Cenk Uygur'ing of the 2028 election because he doesn't like the candidate or whatever, I'm going to make note of that, and I'm going to hold that against him in 2028, okay? I am. Like, I feel like we've gotten a taste of, like, fascism, and now all the states are getting gerrymandered, and so, like, I gave people a lot of leeway in 2024, but I am not going to be giving people the same amount of rope in 2028. And if we don't all just fucking like go through our primaries and then back whoever's fighting the Republicans, I am going to fucking hold that against people. I am. I will not be giving grace in the 2028 election. Like anybody that is like tries to disrupt whoever it is, because I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking care who it is. I really don't. Like, I think you have a civic duty to back the least harmful candidate. And we know this. We've had a taste. We can't pretend like we don't know what's coming. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, my opinion of leftist content creators may change in 2028. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It could go the other way. I could hate the middle and swing far left too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the money is certainly better if you go to the far left. Okay. Seriously, like right now, being, you know, just being extreme is more profitable in this environment. Whether, you know what I'm saying? Like as a creator, just being extreme we're in a very polarized world, obviously with the thing of the maps and the way attention goes viral and shit. That's why you've noticed a lot of like people are getting more extreme, you know, they are. It's like extremism is sort of the way to go as far as money, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, I'm sorry. I'm tired of that guy. I know it may sound crazy, but I just don't want to look at his messages anymore. Dude, he is so annoying. I'm sorry. You're welcome to still watch, but I don't want to just see you fucking constantly like, dude, seriously, dude, nobody. I just had to fucking remove the fucking, dude, every day. It's like the same shit, boss. Dude, same troll. Moving on, baby. Dude, let's go, Megatron. Vote less evil. Yes. Oh, dude, no, I feel like a sense of relief. I mean, it's like sometimes if people are here a lot, I will like leave them in chat, even if they're sort of trolly and shit. But like, dude, you know, sometimes it just feels good to like remove the voice. There we go. Right? You missed it? Oh, don't worry about it. It's just somebody who loves to argue. Right? Let's go. Oh. Let's go. Oh, shit. Dude, let's go. Dude, let's go. Dude, yeah, no, I know me and Hasan are similar in a lot of ways. We are. Right? Dude, what's next on the agenda? Dude, I forget the agenda, dude. Again, though, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know it sounds crazy, but like, bro, it's like, dude, it's like just so annoying. Dude, Steph, let's go. Let's go. Dude, we are on the same team, boss. Oh, let's go. Oh, shit. Let's go, baby. Oh, feels good. Feels good. Dude, well, I can't even remember the agenda. Dude, I'm serious. It's like once people start talking about like, I don't know what it is, guys. Like once people start talking about like Hasan and progressivism, like they just get completely like contrarian and they literally just want to argue. You know what I'm saying? They literally just want to argue. That's all they want to do. And then anything you say, they're like, oh, let's just argue. Let's just argue for like an hour, right? Because like there's only one way to be progressive, and progressives know everything except how to win elections. right? They can't figure out how to win any goddamn elections. Well, boy, do they sure know everything but that, right? Dude, seriously, it's like they know everything about governing except how to get elected. And then that is like always everyone's fault but their own. It's like, man, dude, it's like so funny, bro, right? Fuck Trump. Let's go, baby. Mamdani knew how, yeah. But dude, Mamdani though is like, I mean, he has progressive policies, but he's not a progressive. He has progressive policies, but he is a political fucking system worker. You know what I mean? Like, he's just not a fucking, my way, highway. He's like Mamdani communes with the people who have power, and he does not fucking diss the power. He knows that you need the power in order to fucking do the policy, right? Dude, Mamdani's a great example. He does not walk around fucking like saying like, oh, there's only one way to skin a cat. He literally goes to every power person, even his opponents, and he unites with them. You know what I'm saying? Right? I guarantee this. You ready? Zoran Mamdani will not be dissing the presidential candidate in fucking 2028. I don't care who it is. Zoran will be backing the Democratic presidential candidate, period. Okay? Because he knows how power works. Because he's not a fucking idiot. He's not somebody who's going to sit on his couch all day talking about progressive politics. He's going to actually make shit happen. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes Mamdani so amazing, dude. He is, because he knows that, look at him. He backed Hakeem Jeffries because he knows like Hakeem's bread is buttered, and he knew that he needed Jeffries and Hochul, and he knew that Schumer was not necessary. But like, you see him in AOC. Dude, AOC's another one, man. Dude, I see so many leftists shitting on AOC because she knows how to play the power game, right? Dude, Spanberger ran as a centrist. Yeah, dude, I know. Dude, they're like, Virginia's going hog wild. Dude, Nick Shirley's an idiot, right? Implying that to be a progressive, you have to be against working with others? No, I'm saying that the reason why a lot of progressives fail in America is because they don't appear willing to acknowledge the existing power structure and to try and use it to their advantage. Okay? A lot of progressives think the way to gain power is to topple the existing power structure, and they just get chewed up and spit out, because you can't do that. I mean, you could, but you'd have to wreck it like Donald Trump did. Okay? Like, if progressives come in and topple the Democratic Party will be wrecked, and the progressives will fail, and the whole thing will be a power vacuuming, like, fight for power shit show that the most ruthless progressive of all of them will take power, and everything will be bad. So you don't want that type of change, okay? You want to work with the system and fucking, make the system more progressive, which requires a lot more effort and a lot more time. And this is like the thing that a lot of progressive, idealists in political discourse don't want to acknowledge. They think everything has to be a fight. And they think that if progressives just took over the Democratic Party and toppled it, it wouldn't work out the way MAGA took over the Republican Party and toppled it. and like, but it would, like, power takeovers just feed the worst types of personalities, you know what I'm saying? But it's hard like having those discussions. Oh shit, dude, we have a top chat thing going. There we go. Sorry, fucked up. All right, guys, dude, we got 17 minutes, bro. All right, let's secure the dance party, and then we'll go do some fucking politics. Yeah, I don't want a coup, man. I don't want a coup, dude. I don't. Of the Democratic Party. I mean, I would like somebody to do a coup of Donald Trump. I wish his own party would do a coup of him. But, like, let's go. Ah. Dude. Oh, shit. United we stand, divided we fall. I mean, guys, I feel like the next two election cycles are gonna determine a lot for me about how I look at people, right? Because I mean, I realize, I don't know, politically, there's a lot of audience dynamic. Okay, there's audience dynamic when you're a political commentator. I mean, I didn't realize that when I first got into it, but there is, there's algorithmic like dynamics, there's audience dynamics, there's sponsorship dynamics, there's, like I don't know, fucking networking dynamics among like who's in, who's out, who's right, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's like a lot of shit at play that like, I don't know. It's just our political fabric is so much more complicated. And I feel like, I feel like it's like at what point do we wake up and fucking, and that's one of the things that I guess has endeared me about Kyle Kulinski is Kyle Kulinski, I feel like has shown a lot of fucking a lot of growth as a voice, and he hasn't lost any of his passion and aggressiveness. He's just like become more sensible, and like I feel like he's become responsible with his power. Kyle has. Let's take care of business. Let's go dance party LFG. And I think that's really important, guys. That like we have to be responsible with our power, all of us, as parents, as educators, as bosses, as partners, like as political interactions, as political commenters, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like, I think responsibility with our power is just really important. You know what I'm saying? Steph, let's go. Yeah, he's not any less rageful, but I think he's gonna be pretty vocal about like, us winning. Like, dude, we gotta win these next two cycles. I mean, things are getting pretty dire, guys. They really are. Like, I'll be honest. This, for me, the Voter Rights Act really like took the piss out of me, boss. It did. It like really hurt me to the core because we spent a lot of time fighting each other in 2024 on the left. And now like all of the black people and fucking, it's like it started in 2016. We fought over like Hillary, and then we came together because it was so bad during the pandemic. And then in 2024, we weren't life or death, and we went right back to like fighting each other needlessly. And now like Gaza's wrecked, like fucking Lebanon is wrecked, Iran is fucking attacked. the global economy is fucked, right? Black people don't have any voting power in the South anymore. All of the fucking American districts are being gerrymandered to the extreme where every state is going to have like half of the state completely disenfranchised. And all of that is because people on the left are fighting each other, man. Because like there's more of us than there are of them. And I feel like we failed trans people, and we failed people of color, and we failed the people in the Middle East. Dude, Steph, let's go. And like, fuck, bro. I'm like, are we going to wake up? Or are we going to just, you know, are we just going to fucking keep attacking each other? You know? So yeah, I don't know, dude. We'll see. Oh shit, boss. Dude, maybe one day I'll bring the people I muted tonight, right? Dude, I like Kyle. Dude, I do. I like Kyle a lot. It's hard though. It's hard, dude, because like everybody is like so divisive. No, we're gonna get the dance party, guys. We got 11 minutes, dude. Let's bring it home. All right? Let's bring it home. Dude, I will say this though. I am currently reading Abdul El Sayed's book about Medicare for all. And I'm you know, I'm exploring, right? I'm exploring, like, at least reading. I'm curious because I don't know if it's like technical with a path or if it's just theoretical, right? I haven't gotten that far into it. But I am like, I really want healthcare here, and I don't know if I'm going to have to like run for office to get it. That may very well be. Focus, let's go, Paula. You know what I'm saying? I haven't figured it out yet, but I do know that like we need healthcare here in America, and I may have to like throw my hat in the ring. That ultimately may, you know, which would be very interesting because I have quite a Twitter fucking, you know, if I run for office, like there's some people that are going to be thrashing me, right? But we'll see. Dude, let's go. Dude, I really like Francesca. I like her a lot. Dude, let's go. Kyle, Hasan, and Tommy. Dude, we do have a rebellious spirit. Dude, absolutely. I just want us to be responsible, you know? That's my thing. And maybe it's because I'm an old guy, but I think there's a responsibility that we have, especially as content creators. Like, we have to realize that our audience may not be where we're at. You know what I'm saying? And so we do have a responsibility to like be, I don't know, we have to be responsible with our shit, you know? All right, guys, 23 away, dude, 9 minutes. Dude, I need this fucking dance party. Let's go. All right. Dude, world's most handsome potato. What a great name. Dude, we need a coalition. Didn't want to bum you out. Yeah, you haven't bummed me out. I'm not bummed out. I mean, I can tell that people are fucking stressed, you know? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what's in the air, but you can tell sometimes people are just like stressed and they're like, I think it's hard. It's hard. You know what's hard, guys? It's the internet, right? It's hard because even having political discussions in a chat is challenging, you know, because there's like not, you know, you're missing that fucking, that reality of being able to see into someone's eyes. Like, you can see into my eyes, you know, but I can't see into yours. Dude, the gerrymandering is like out of control, guys. I mean, we're not being responsible, okay? You know, this is the lust for power. 8 minutes, guys. Let's go. All right, we're getting this fucking dance party, and then we're going to fucking move on, and we're going to salvage this night. But guys, the thing that is really shitty about this is the gerrymandering. Like literally, guys, in 2 years, every single state, world's potato, let's go, boss. In 2 years, every single state is going to have like a third to half of the state completely disenfranchised. And guys, that is not going to make our political climate better. Okay? Our political climate is about to get much, much worse with people just hair trigger tempers and more likely to make an extreme choice, like, and not a good one, okay? Or more likely to unplug and let the worst extreme shit take over because we're just disenfranchising everyone because everyone is just jockeying for power, man. It's fucking brutal, you know? Dude, let's go. 21, guys. We got this. We're getting it. We're getting it. But, say the Dems win. You ready? Say the Dems win, guys. And they filibuster removal and they fucking pack the Supreme Court and they start making all these changes. We're still going to have issues because now we're going to have a bunch of like MAGA and America Firsters that are like, you know, fit to be tied, as my mom used to say. And I don't think they're going to let that go, right? Dude, like, I just don't know if we're going to get out of this without a fight, boss. I'm not sure. Strawberry passion ice cream, let's go. All right, guys, 21. Dude, 21, baby. 21, dude. They're going to have a fitty. They are. Oh, shit. Dude. Oh. Let's go. Dude, we're hanging in, boss. Dude, I'm standing alone watching the clock. It's Trump's law. Dude, I don't know what Trump is doing. Dude, I don't think Trump knows what Trump is doing. Right? Right now, he's just trying to hold power. He doesn't want to get impeached. And he doesn't want anyone to prevent his grifting. Dude, Wilfred! Let's go! 20! Dude, we got this! 5 minutes! Down to the wire. Let's go! Let's go. Dude, he is hanging on for dear life. Change is inevitable. Dude, Wilfred, let's go. 19. Dude, we're going. We're making it happen, dude. Here's a taste, dude. We're getting positive. We're going to bring it around. Oh, we're bringing it around, dude. 19. We got this. Dude, we can do this, boss. Dance party. I'm going to need a dance party. Dude, I feel broken down. Dude, 18. Let's go, Wilfred. Oh, wrong button. Let's go. Dude, Petrazi. Trump doesn't have a clue. He does not, dude. Dude, Trump is a disaster. He is so flailing. He is flailing, boss. He is flailing. 4 minutes. All right. 17 away, 16 away. Let's go. 15 away, dude. Wilfred. Ella, let's go. Oh, dude, we're halfway there, guys. We got this. We got this. 4 minutes. Dude, no, he is in a tailspin. I mean, dude, the whole Republican Party is kind of just a wreckage. Dude, Jenna, where's your girl Paula? She's right there. Hey! Saka tada saka. Suck that diaper, Trumpy. You bitch. Trumpy. Dude, Wilfred, let's go. Here it is, Wilfred again, dude, in blunt front. See, now it's happening, guys. We are turning the karma, boss. Let's go. Oh, shit. 11 away. We got this. 3 minutes. Hey! Dude, yeah. Dude, they are like, they're a disaster, guys. I have never seen an administration, dude. Petrazi, let's go. We need this Dance Punks LFG. I have never seen an administration in my lifetime do less since Jimmy Carter, guys. This is like Jimmy Carter level, you know, Jimmy Carter, dude. Steph, let's go. Dude, Jimmy Carter had both houses of Congress and him, and all they did was fight. We're 10 away, guys. 10 away. We got this 2 minutes. And it was brutal. It was brutal. And then immediately, like, Reagan came in and just wreaked havoc, right? Dude, Lady, let's go, Lady B. Ooh, hey, 9 away, guys. Bringing it home. Let's go. Dude, they have accomplished, though, they've accomplished precious little of their own agenda. I mean, they've accomplished, like, Project 2025, like power, you know, like power entrenching things, but they haven't even accomplished their own agenda for the most part. Dude, Lynn's videos. Let's go polish. Sakatara, sakatara. All right, 2 minutes, 8 away, dude. We got it. We got this. And they have stolen billions, yes. All right. To the band chatters, I may one day bring you back. I just needed to take power over my I needed to assert myself over my own existence. Dude, oh, feels good. There you go, dude. The president has spoken. Veto. Veto. Dude, 1 minute. Let's go. 8 away. This is it. It's now or never, baby. He did. Yeah. He needed like a day timeout, dude. Just ban them again later? Dude, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe I won't bring them back. Dude, let's go. Dude, stay rebellious. Stay curious. Jalvello, let's go. All right, 7 away, guys. Last minute. We do. Personal space is essential. Right? Dude, let's go. World's most handsome potato, dude. Hey, Hakatua girl. Let's go. Spitting on it. Dude, world's most handsome potato spitting on that thing, dude. All right, 6 away, guys. Dude, let's go. We got it. We got it. We got it. Dude, 6 away. 5 away, dude. Petrazi, let's go. Dude, we're making this shit happen, boss. We are making it happen. All right, 5 away. 20 seconds. Oh, shit. Here it comes. Oh, shit, boss. 10 seconds. 5 away. We're going to get this. We're going into overtime. Oh, 3 away, dude. Happy Mother's Day to all Gen X-Ray Dragon. Dude, Wilfred, let's go. Oh, shit. All right. We're in bonus. Says we're actually... All right. There we go. There's one. Money dance. Let's go. So that means 2 more. Dude, Jason's. Let's go. 2 more and we got this. Oh, shit, boss. Holy shit. I know we got it. And then we're moving on. We're moving on to some politics. Oh, Lord have mercy, boss. Time for the Kermit phone? Dude, I gotta fucking find my inspiration here, boss. Right? I want to talk about AOC and Cenk Uygur and fucking Andrew Colvett and the good Erica Kirk fucking shit that is going on. A rumored affair. Dos mas. Let's go. There it is. Oh, we did it. Dude, we fucking did it, bro. There's no way. All right. There's no way, dude. Dude, what a comeback story. Dude, Laura, let's go. We did it. Huzzah. Dude, what? That was like the comeback story of the century. Yo, you ready? All right, here's one. Yo, Hasan. What's up, my brother? How you doing? Yeah, can you do me a favor? Can you, like, get your fucking fan base out of my chat, please? Dude, I love you, but the people who love you are fucking annoying as fuck. There we go. There's the phone, dude. There it is. Thank you, Hasan. No, I'm just kidding. Dude, I'm just kidding. Dude, I am partially kidding. I am partially kidding. No, because it's really weird, guys. It's weird because I overlap with him. And like the video that got me monetized was me reacting to a Piers Morgan with him. And I got into politics by watching him. And then, though, what I would find is the minute I would get too close to the Hasan crowd, my chat would be filled with his people. And then I would make a video supporting Joe Biden and I'd lose like 100 fucking followers. And you know what I mean? Dude, he hates his chat too. I mean, I think maybe you just end up like at war with your chat. Feels good to be here 7 days a week. Let's go, Steve. Go shoot. Dude, right? I mean, I think it's just a thing, right? I bet he gets trolls too, dude. Dude, the chat. Dude, I know it. I mean, I remember seeing him argue with people and ban people and like, then he's unbanning people and then he's rebanning people. Dude, there were times where I've said shit and he's looked at my chat history, right? Where I've chatted and he's looked at my chat history. and I've been like, no, like, hear me out. Dude, oh shit. Oh, it's funny, dude. Guys, it's just chats, right? This is the thing, dude. It's just chats. When you're not talking to a human being, like I probably say shit way more forcefully to some people in chat than I would in their face. I mean, I do it kind of on Twitter. I say some shit on Twitter that I probably would not say to people's faces, guys. Right? I mean, let's be honest. You get in that digital realm and like all guardrails are gone, right? When there's a face there, it's like, it's different, you know? It is. It's different, boss. It is different, man. And that's all of us, though. I mean, I at least acknowledge it. You know, some people don't, but like, yeah. Anytime you have 30K peeps, you're going to have some assholes. I think, though, you're always, like, anytime you're online, you're going to have some assholes, right? You are. Dude, anytime you're online, you're going to have some assholes, boss. It's true. It's just the way of the world, baby. You know? I do like digital, though, guys. I mean, it's better. Let's be honest. Dude, it's better. You know what I'm saying? It's better. It's a little late, but let's go. Miss many lives, boss. Love to be all the real ones. Let's go. Dude, thank you, Disturb. 10 months. Dude, and Steve, go shoot. 5 months. Let's go, guys. All right, you ready? Let's finally do some politics. All right, we're going to finally do some fucking politics here, I think. All right, let's see what we got. Let me just check something real quick. All right, there we go. Trader Joe's. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Let me see what I got here. I do want to look at this AOC stuff. All right, I have some AOC clips that I've saved, and we're definitely going to look at this Andrew Colvett stuff because it's funny. I don't know how true it is, right? You know what I'm saying? But I think it's interesting what is unraveling, guys, because here's the two things we're probably going to have time for. And hopefully we have time for both, but we chewed up so much time tonight. But so number one is obviously there's like AOC dynamics happening. Okay. And the AOC dynamic is having the Cenk Uygur dynamic. And a lot of this is around like how power is being like co-opted or attempting to be co-opted, okay? Like power, okay? Power dynamics are changing, all right? No, they are. Like, I've seen progressives become centrists because of Israel, right? And I've seen centrists become more leftist because of Gaza, okay? And like, so, you know what I mean? And now you have like John Fetterman is like probably going to run for president, okay? And Tucker Carlson is trying to carve up MAGA for himself. And then MTG is getting in on that. And Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes, all these people are polarizing. And I don't know, I feel like there's polarizing happening here. Like, my God, guys, Janet Mills dropping out of the Maine fucking, right? Janet Mills dropping out in Maine was like crazy. That Graham Plattner got Janet Mills to drop out, okay? She was not an insignificant political figure, guys. She dropped out. That's crazy. But what's more is like every day, though, I am seeing like Jewish Democrats having issues with Graham Plattner. And this is going to be interesting to see how this works out, right? Because there is still, like I said, America is never going to completely get rid of Zionism because we have too many Christians and like there's too much Christianity here, okay? And like, so I don't know. How is the Dem Party going to reshape when all of the Zionists won't leave the Democratic Party? Or like, are they going to leave? And if they leave, where are they going to go? They're not going to become Republicans, right? So we have really interesting alignments because, guys, you know how we've wondered if the leftists are going to start their own party? What if Zionist left-wingers started their own party, right? What if the thing that separates from the Democrats is not the leftists, but is the Zionist and the Christian Zionists in the Democratic Party? What if they try to opt out? You know what I mean? Because they couldn't ever become Republicans, but they are starting to feel like progressives are taking over the Democratic Party. We may have a section of the Democratic Party leave that is not even the leftists. Dude, I mean, yes, somebody said weird things happen under fascism. It's like the threat of fascism and the accumulation of power could make a faction like a new faction that we didn't see exist, like start to break away. I'm telling you, dude, shit's getting weird. And that's the number one thing that I am seeing is I am seeing a section of the Democratic Party that would never go to the Republicans starting to look at Graham Plattner and be like, he's my red line. And I'm like, where are they going to go? Right? Because they're not going to become fucking Republicans. So this is going to get interesting, right? I'm telling you, some weird shit is going to happen in the next 4 to 8 years, dude. I don't know. I think we're going to see some weird coalitions, guys. Okay? We are. Right? We are going to fucking, you know, we're going to see some weird coalitions, man. Right? So, dude, all Christianity is fake. That is something I agree with. All right. Anyway, you ready? Let's watch some shit. That's a good way to get out of this conversation. Dude, that's the thing though that I've been seeing lately is like the dude, I don't know if you've seen it, but like, I swear to you, the leftists are like, the centrists are immovable. And now there's a faction centrists that are like the progressives have taken over the Democratic Party. And like, there's like multiple factions that think the other side is in control in the Democratic Party, dude. And I'm like, whoa, this is getting weird. It is like, I think people are cracking under the strain of like perceived oppression. And some people are experiencing actual, right? I mean, think about this, guys. All right, last thought, and then we move on. But like, black people are being disenfranchised in the South, okay? Every state, the minority party is being like written out of the maps, okay? Then certain factions of the Jewish Democratic and Zionist Democratic Party are thinking progressives have taken over the Democratic Party. Leftists feel like moderates have taken over the party. And then the MAGA side has the America Firsters fighting MAGA. And then there's like replacement theory, like Heritage Foundation people pulling the strings. And Donald Trump's fealty is only to money. And literally what's going on is all of the groups that I literally just mentioned, each of them feels like some other group is actively oppressing them and trying to silence their voice. So like how people rearrange, like we may see alignments of people that we never saw aligning. And I don't know, man. It's like really weird shit is like everybody is sort of has at least one group that is actively trying to like thwart them. You know? It's like crazy, dude. Crazy shit, man. You know? All right, you ready? Let's see these clips that I saved of AOC. All right, because I did save some AOC clips. All right, and most of them are from this Axelrod interview. All right, and there's a couple things at play here. I think number one is obviously this question about AOC running for president in 2028. Okay, and you know, like, I think this is really intriguing here because there are some factions of the Democratic Party that want to see AOC run for president. There are other people that think she's like dangerous. Obviously, the Republicans consider her to be super threatening. Okay? Super threatening. I mean, as they do with all women of color, it's just harder with AOC for the right wingers because the right wingers, black women are so much easier to attack in the American system of racism. And AOC she's a Latina, but she's also like not, a first generation sort of Latina. Like she moves around in the white world in a way that like a lot of immigrants can't. And she's brilliant and she's super powerful. And yet though, like she may be going into the Senate, like we don't know. We don't know what's going on, right? But I think though, the fact that people, let me just say this, you ready? The fact that people are talking about her as a potential presidential candidate shows you how much the politics of America have changed, okay? I mean, dude, not that many years ago, like she was a bartender trying to win an election against a long incumbent person. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that she is like you know, is this prominent of a voice is like, wow, dude, that's like fucking pretty epic. I mean, to me, that's like, wow, we've come a long way, dude. You know, because even think about this, guys. Think about, you ready? Think about Hillary Clinton, who I think would have been a great president, and I voted for her in the primary. I didn't vote for Bernie, even though Bernie won Oregon. I voted for Hillary, okay? But Hillary was the wife and prominent political person in a deeply political family, and like the wife of a former president. Okay, so she was like in a, you know what I mean? AOC has amassed like more political clout than Hillary Clinton did, and AOC was like a fucking bartender not that long ago. Okay, so that is like wildly impressive. Okay, because Hillary, she amassed a lot of backing and a lot of political clout, but she was the fucking wife of a president. She was like, you remember the discussion we had about starting at the 75-yard line or whatever? Like Hillary had a long experience, but she was starting at the fucking, you know, her political journey started like, you know, her political presidential journey started at like the 50-yard line. And AOC like came off the bench as like a third stringer, you know, and like now she's like right up there, dude. I mean, you know, I guess the comparison for me is I feel like Zoran Mamdani did the same thing. Okay, Zoran Mamdani is the same way. He went from assemblyman unknown to fucking, you know, the mayor of New York City who toppled Cuomo and the Democratic establishment, right? I mean, you know, it's like, dude, that shit is wild, boss. Like, to think about this, you know? But, all right, you ready? Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
But last thing before we go to the students, because I would be drawn and quartered if I did not say this. There are a lot of people who would like you to run for president in 2028. Apparently, some of them are here. And there are people who, there are others who would like you to run for the United States Senate. Senator Schumer's up in 2028.
That's the thing, guys. I think that's the next move. Is the Senate Schumer seat?
It sounded like even more. Should we do it?
Move to New York or to other parts of the country?
How many would like AOC to stay in Congress? See, they want you to make a move.
Yeah.
What say you about all of this?
You know, it's funny because in this op-ed that Jeff Bezos paid for in the Washington Post, there was this line that you had mentioned earlier about, well, as a potential 2028 contender, XYZ. And in the context of that, it was very clear this was a veiled threat, right? So it was the elite saying, if you want this job, you just stepped out of line. And we want you to know where the real power is. And it's in the modern day barons who own the Post and own the algorithms, and we'll make an example out of you. And what's funny about that is that they assume that my ambition is positional. They assume that my ambition is a title or a seat. And my ambition is way bigger than that. My ambition is to change this country. And presidents come and go, Senate, House seats, elected officials come and go, but single-payer health care is forever. A living wage is forever. Workers' rights are forever. Women's rights, all of that. And so, anyways, a finer point to your question.
See, I have to pause right there because it's like it is, but it also isn't though, because we thought women's rights were forever until they like overturned abortion. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, dude, it's like, it's weird. It's weird how fragile some of our shit is that, you know, we had sort of taken for granted because we didn't like firmly protect them. But I mean, I do agree with her though, that like, you know, her ambition is not about simply becoming president or becoming a senator, that she actually wants to change the world for better. But I also realize that, you know, even when we get the rights, it becomes a battle to like maintain them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what's so puzzling about right now for me, guys, is I literally thought the right to abortion was never going to disappear. And I certainly thought that the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, was never going to get like flipped over. Like literally some of the civil rights protections that are getting like overturned right now are things that as a kid, I was like so proud of the fact that we had accomplished them. And now I'm literally 56 years old as an adult, and there's like a big enough faction of our country has gained power to actually roll back civil rights. And it's like, what the fuck, dude, are we doing? Like, what fucking country am I living in right now? You know what I mean? Like, how did we get back to fucking 1948 again? Seriously. Like, what the fuck is wrong with us, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, like, seriously, it's fucking, you know, and I'm sure it's not lost on AOC and other people in government. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure Nancy Pelosi retiring when women have less rights or the same amount of rights when she started. Imagine how Nancy Pelosi feels after being one of the most consequential, like, speakers of the House and having this illustrious career of, like, making it into this political realm, becoming the de facto leader of it, and she retires, and America's literally almost right back where it was when she started. Do you know how vexing that's got to be for Nancy Pelosi to have had the career she had, and she's retiring, and it's not that far from where she fucking started? Like, dude, like, I mean, it is really far, and it's also not that far, you know? And, like, that's got to be really, like, vexing. It's vexing for me to watch, you know, like, all that we accomplished, and then we're just sort of like, wow, we're still just kind of treading water. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You know, it's crazy to me.
Is that when you aren't attached, right? When you haven't been like fantasizing about being this or that since the time you were 7 years old, it is tremendously liberating, because I get to wake up every day and say, how am I going to meet the moment? And conditions change radically all the time. So I make my response less to an attachment to some positional, like, you know, title or position, and working backwards from there. but I make decisions by waking up in the morning, looking out the window, and observing the conditions of this country, and saying, what move or what decision can I make today that is going to get us closer to that future, stronger, faster, better than yesterday?
Dude, yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I said something, guys, okay, that I don't know how to do this, but I feel like I do know what the answer is, okay? And it's literally right here, guys. You know, like people are arguing about homelessness, okay? People are arguing about homelessness. And right here, guys, if we want to solve homelessness, we need to erase billionaires, and we need to write healthcare in where billionaires used to be. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like this is really, really important right here, guys, that this is an immediate need. This is a very pressing need that we need to remove billionaires from the equation, and we need to replace that with healthcare. And I don't know exactly like how to do that, but that needs to happen. It could start by taxing billionaires out of existence and taking that tax money to like pay down enough of the debt that we can absorb the shock of shifting to a healthcare system. But billionaires need to go, and in their place there needs to be healthcare. And I think that is something that absolutely has to happen. You know what I'm saying? That like what is homelessness is caused by the accumulation of wealth into billionaire hands. That is what's causing homelessness. Okay? It is. It is indirectly causing it. It is like the accumulation of wealth of it. It's not even like the existence of a billionaire. It is like the accumulation of wildly ungodly amounts of money into the hands of very small people is tilting the economy in such a way that vast numbers of people are falling into the cracks of being unable to survive, and enough people are falling into a crack of not having health care, which is destabilizing the entire like system. All of our systems are destabilized because a whole bunch of people are just living on the edge of falling into that homeless population. And it's being caused by the fact that a number of people have so much of the wealth. And that wealth isn't even real. It's like, it's paper, it's numbers, it is like shares, it is like loans. It is like loans that are being taken out against property and against like stock shares, and like, yeah, it's debt. Exactly. It is debt. And then the country is like in debt, and like, dude, it's ridiculous. You know, it is ridiculous. And it's like, literally, guys, it is the, 87, right? 87, it's down, up, down, up, down, up, right? And if you look at the billionaire wealth, down, up, down, up, down, up, and right? It's the same curves, guys. Increase in billionaire wealth and the increase in homeless population are literally the same curves, dude. It is like, I mean, this one starts at 83, the other one starts at 87, but if you look, it's down, up, down, straight up, right? And it's like down, up, down, straight up. It's like literally the same fucking thing, bro. They're totally connected. And like, man, And so, you know what I mean? The charts of military spending by country are, I mean, that chart is easy, dude. It's like America is like this giant line and the whole rest of the world is like a tiny blip, dude. Right? Dude, yeah, no, this chart, guys, like this chart right here is like, dude, this thing is obscene, okay? And you see what the blast-offs are? Is their crashes, okay? Like, look at this wealth chart, guys. It's like the wealth skyrockets, and then there's a huge crash, and then the crash leads to another skyrocket, okay? You know what I'm saying? And like, dude, it's like brutal. Dude, and this one was COVID, and then look at that line, bro. Like, that is insane after COVID. And, you know, I don't know. It's crazy. So anyway, though, to address like the AOC thing here is AOC, you know, she didn't answer the question, but she sort of did. You know what I'm saying? Right? Because when you look at AOC, like what that question was, what I thought that question was in no uncertain terms, she was like, everything is on the table, but it's about the time. Okay. And so I don't think AOC is running for president in 2028, but maybe it depends. Nobody saw Zoran Mamdani running for mayor in 2024. You know what I'm saying? Or 2025. You know what I mean? Like the thing is like, if it's the right time, she'll absolutely do it if that's the thing that needs to happen. But I don't think 2028 is the AOC. Here's what I think, guys. Don't react to this wrong, but I think if we lose the House in 2026 and we lose the presidency in 2028 and we get a Republican Palantir like rod up our ass, AOC running for president and winning in 2032 is a very real possibility. Okay? I don't think we have eaten shit enough for AOC to win in 2028. Like, you know what I mean? Like for example, you know, Zoran Mamdani, I've said this before. If Kamala Harris won in 2024, Zoran Mamdani would not have won the mayor of New York. Okay? Zoran Mamdani won the mayor of New York because the Trump presidency threatened New York with an extinction level ICE event. And that is why fucking, you know, Zoran won. Okay? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like, you know, the abuse of fascism. Right? You know what I mean? So like, it's true. It's true. Like, I think Zoran became mayor of New York because of Trump winning. And I think if Kamala Harris had won, New York would not have felt as threatened. And there's a high likelihood that like Zoran wouldn't have taken off like he did. You know? You know what I'm saying? And lefty revenge is not a winning strategy, but that's just it. I don't think AOC is a lefty revenge. You know? I don't think AOC was a lefty revenge. I mean, the timing, guys, has a lot to do with it. You know, timing has a lot to do with it. Like, I think AOC didn't answer that question because I think AOC is going to fucking, I think she's going to take that Senate seat next. I think that's the next step. But guys, you ready? Sometimes I'm wrong, okay? I thought Kamala Harris was going to run for governor of California and just be a shoo-in. I did. I thought Kamala Harris was going to run for governor of California and fucking firmly establish Democratic control over California. And I was so wrong. I thought Tim Walz was going to run for a Senate seat and elevate his thing. And now he's backing down from politics altogether, I don't know, dude. So sometimes I am very wrong at what I think. Kamala Harris said she might run in 28. Yeah, I know, but I don't know, man. I don't know what that's going to look like, right? She would have lost. She is not liked here. Dude, give me a break, dude. Dude, she would have I don't think she would have lost in California. Right? I think American education is abysmal. Dude, American education is abysmal, right? I disagree that Kamala Harris would have lost the governorship of California. Dude, give me a break. I think she would have won that easily, hands down. I think California is in a really fucking is in a tight spot, guys. Okay. And here's why, because if California gets in the hands of the Republican Party, they will never lose another election. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That is factual. I mean, dude, Florida voted for Obama. Okay. And Ohio voted for Obama. And Pennsylvania voted for Obama, and we lost all three of those states. And it is because of state level control, okay? And they're trying to do the same shit in California right now. This is one of the things about fucking, what's his name? Ken Martin, that I was thank God he's at least doing that. You may have noticed. Okay, you may have noticed since Ken Martin took over the Democratic Party, Mississippi broke a supermajority at the state level. Okay, the Democrats have won 2 Supreme Court seats in Wisconsin where they're going to break the state level supermajority that was taken over in Wisconsin. The mayor in Miami is a Democrat. I mean, there's a lot of not congressional level, not federal level things that have been won in the last couple of election cycles by the Democrats. That's really what fucked us more than anything, is we let the state level just get out of hand to where Republicans had super majorities in 50-50 states. And then they've gutted, they have gutted the federal from the state level, right? So I don't know, dude. We have some work, guys. People like to talk about Donald Trump, but part of the reason that Donald Trump has happened is not just because of leftists fighting with progressives or all that shit, or Bernie versus Hillary. It is because they waged war at the state and local level for 20 years, and they solidified that shit deeply while Obama was the president. And we've been focused on the federal only. Meanwhile, you had a state like Wisconsin that's 55% Dem, but their state government was 70% Republican, right? And they did that in Wisconsin, in Ohio, in Florida, in Mississippi, in Alabama, in fucking Virginia. I mean, Virginia is starting to break that shit apart. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there were a lot of, like, you know, I mean, they're fucking around with Arizona, you know, and they're trying to do that in California, right? And like, dude, they're trying to do it with Spencer Pratt and the mayor of LA, and they're trying to do it with the governorship, you know what I'm saying? And so, like, there has been a significant, like, investment from the DNC on the state level, and that needs to happen more, right? Ken Martin has absolutely, dude, the DNC has a lot to do for the fucking where they put their money, and they absolutely have a lot to do if they put money at the state level, boss. You know, the DNC not investing at the state level is a huge deal. I think it's a huge fucking deal, boss. Huge deal. But yeah, so that AOC, like, I feel like that's a non-answer, but I think this is this is another AOC thing that's really important here, guys.
You know? And I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain places certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't.
Bingo!
I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists.
Never.
I don't think it serves us.
It does not. And let's be real. Fucking Tucker Carlson is right there, dude. Now, that I am totally fine with encouraging MTG and Tucker Carlson with gutting their own party, okay? But I am fucking, I think, aligning with them is not a fucking good idea, boss.
So I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go. But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
All right, so guys, here's the deal, okay? Because I know the thing is people have been flipping out about her saying Gazans, but like, guys, she said Gazans and Israelis. Okay. And I think that terminology is like she reflected it on the people living in those geographic areas. Okay. And instead of talking about the Palestinians versus the Jews, which is like a much bigger and not a geographic thing, and is tied in with a lot of religious and political ideology. Because the fact of the matter is there are people living in Gaza, okay? And there are people living in Israel, okay? There are Israelis and there are Gazans. Those are like the two geographic areas that are at war, okay? Now, there is a higher thing going on that is like Palestinians and Jewish people and Arabs and fucking Zionism and right? You know what I'm saying? But like the fact of the matter is is there are people that are in Gaza and there are people that are in Israel that are suffering at the hands of a much larger global fucking, like there's a much larger, like Tucker Carlson, okay? You know what I'm saying? Tucker, there are more than just Palestinians in Gaza. I mean, Gaza isn't simply Palestinians the same way that like Israel isn't simply Jews. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about this, though, I think the reason why she was so accurate with that is because the thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene and the thing about Tucker Carlson is they don't actually care about the region. Okay? They don't. They're actually like Marjorie Taylor Greene does not care about any of the human beings in the Middle East. And she certainly does not care about the actual regional issues in the Middle East. And neither does Tucker Carlson. Okay, they are trying to piggyback their anti-Semitism on a movement to help the Palestinian people, right? But there's a lot of shit going on, guys. You ready for this? Not everybody that is trying to help the Palestinian people, it really cares about the region, the people who live in that region, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, Hamas is an example, okay, where Hamas it does not care about the people of Gaza, right? Hamas does not care about the Gazans. They only care about the greater ideological fight of like Palestinian liberation. Okay. So not everybody that's fighting for the Palestinian people is really cares about the Gazan people, which isn't just Palestinians. The same way that like Netanyahu doesn't care about Israelis, right? And Israelis aren't just Jews or Zionists. There's like a lot of different people that live in Israel, you know? And I mean, somebody was talking earlier, it's like that whole thing of like the one state versus the two state, right? Like, you know, like people talk about a two-state solution, but like a two-state solution is the same shit we have now, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. Like, it's like, I'm not sure a two-state solution is any different than what we have now. It's just going to be dividing the land differently. You know what I'm saying? Like a two-state solution is going to be the same war, right? You know, it's like, bro, I don't think that's even a solution. I think that is just a temporary ceasefire until somebody else wants more land, right? Like, dude, I think it's more complicated than that, you know, but like my thing though is that Marjorie Taylor Greene is not an ally. Okay. Like I think a two-state solution is just a temporary halting of the bleeding. And I don't think it's a long-term fix. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I think, dude, you know, it is like, you know, I think we need a reduction of oppression in that region, right? You know, but the thing about this though, guys, is like Marjorie Taylor Greene is not genuine, okay? And fucking Tucker Carlson is not genuine, okay? But Natalie said earlier that her that AOC talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene caused Cenk Uygur to melt down, but Cenk Uygur is not genuine, okay? There's no way, like Cenk Uygur is not genuine at all, okay? Like that fucking guy, like, give me a fucking break, dude. You ready for this? I don't think Cenk Uygur actually cares about the people in Gaza. I really don't. I don't. I think Cenk Uygur is much more about punishing his enemies than he is about actually like helping people, right? You know what I'm saying? And so the thing is Midnight, I am well aware that you can be opposed to the government of Israel and their army and their supporters without hating Jews, okay? But my point isn't about that. I think that that's possible, okay? Dude, Anya, let's go. But here's the problem. The problem, Midnight Marauder, is that a whole bunch of people who say they're just opposed to Israel and their leaders and their army and their supporters are actually people that do hate Jews. Okay? So the thing is can you be opposed to Israel and the concept of the Israeli state and their leaders and their army without hating Jews? Absolutely. But are all the people who hate Jews pretending like they're just anti-Zionist right now? Absolutely. And the thing about this is, my point is Marjorie Taylor Greene is not anti-Zionist. She hates Jews. And so does Tucker Carlson. And so does Cenk Uygur. Okay? I think Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian actually like hate Jews a little bit. And that's the thing that's like blurring the line. And like, you know, they're not simply against Zionism. Nick Fuentes certainly hates Jews, you know, and that's the thing is like, I, you know, there are people in the anti-Zionist movement, but I don't think Cenk Uygur is really a part of the anti-Zionist part of the anti-Zionist movement. You know, I think he's like weirdly been in the Tucker Carlson camp the whole time, you know what I'm saying? But I think though, guys, I think that, you know, you know, I think that like anti-Zionists have to like figure out, like, I think it's just so complicated, you know what I'm saying? Because here's the problem. The problem is all of the anti-Semitic people are trying to use anti-Zionism as a cover to eke their way in there. And I think the anti-Zionists have to be extra careful about, you know, vetting everyone in their movement. Okay. And this is like, you know, it's like it's the same way that I feel like everyone in the left wing has to be extra careful about vetting progressives, because like people like Nick Fuentes are going to try to use progressivism as a way to like get their like hands on the Democratic power apparatus. Okay. Because, you know, the thing about this that is frustrating to me, okay, is that the Democratic Party is a power apparatus. It's not a set of ideals. And that's where we get fucked up in these discussions about politics. Okay, because what AOC understands is that the Democratic Party is a power apparatus. It is not a group of political ideals, okay? The Republican Party was a power apparatus, but now that power apparatus has gotten taken over by a political ideology to where they're talking about putting someone like Scott Pressler in charge of the RNC, okay? So the thing is we need to be vigilant of like not being overzealous with who controls the party apparatus, right? Which is why I don't think eradicating all the people, all the centrists and liberals is a good idea. I think we want to form a coalition of leftism and centrism and liberalism, and we want to form a coalition that uses the Democratic Party apparatus in a way to, like, you know, make sensible policy, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? And so like right now, it's just, I don't want the Democratic Party to be taken over by, you know, like, I know it sounds crazy, but I don't want the Democratic Party to be taken over by leftists or socialists or anti-Zionists or anti-Semites or America Firsters. I want a wide range of people working the levers inside the Democratic apparatus in order to defeat fascism. And then once we've beaten back fascism, I want to start rearranging the power apparatus to include more groups than simply billionaires and fucking, you know, people that have been in government for 30 years, right? Does that make sense? And so, like, that's where we get in this, like, weird thing is we, you know, you want a progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. See, I don't think that would necessarily be all like gravy, okay? You know what I mean? You know, you want anti-Zionists, no money to Israel, but like, you know, the thing is like, dude, that's unrealistic, okay? America is filled with Christians. So there's going to be like some level of Zionism in America unless you either have America like be taken over by Muslims or America be taken over by atheists. Like Zionism is like, dude, it's like Zionism is not one thing, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just it. You think Israel is illegal land stealing. Israel is illegal land stealing, but so has America. So is Russia. You know what I mean? So was the UK. I mean, dude, the UK still has a bunch of stolen land, right? So I want you to understand that Zionism is not an on-off switch, okay? You know what I'm saying? And so I wish it could be, but it's not, because Zionism is just a brand of imperialism, guys. And it's the same brand of imperialism that America has been engaging in for, you know, the entire existence. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is like, I think we have to be realistic about, right? We have to be realistic about where Zionism is and the different shades of it. Okay? You know what I'm saying? If we don't want Fuentes and Carlson hijacking the Democratic Party, then Pete Buttigieg needs to shut the fuck up forever about his Big Ten power. Right? All right. I mean, guys, it's like, I just don't think Zionism is one thing. And I think like pretending like Zionism is one thing is very dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Because I think like all imperialism needs to be abolished, but like I don't think Zionism is the only devil in the world right now. And I think people acting like Zionism is the only devil in the world right now are being manipulated on many different sides. Okay? Because Zionism is a thing, but it is not the only enemy. And if you think that some like anti-Zionist takeover of the Democratic Party, if that were to happen, half of your party is going to be filled with fucking like people like Nick Fuentes. So like you need to be like Zionism, it needs to be dealt with in shades of gray and not like it is just one thing where we'll do anything to flip that switch. Okay? And you know what I'm saying? And guys, if Israel, listen to me, okay? If Israel never existed and the Palestinians had all that land, there would still not be peace in the Middle East, okay? You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I'm simply saying, if you cut off all money to Israel and you just completely stay out of the Middle East, there's gonna be a war there in the Middle East, guys, okay? A war is going to take place, maybe multiples, okay? And it's going to heavily affect us. And so, like, that is a, like, probably part of what's going to happen, okay? And like, I'm just saying though, like right now, there is like Zionism that believes in like, I mean, guys, it's like, I just feel like it's not an on-off switch. Okay. All right. You know what I'm saying? It's not an on-off switch. You know, and like the thing is though, guys, is here's the deal. Like there are Zionists that are like Benjamin Netanyahu, okay, that like want supremacy of land, okay, and then there are Zionists like a Christian that like wants the rapture, and then there are Zionists that are like, you know, oil barons, okay, that like want Zionism because it provides oil receipts. You know what I'm saying? And like I don't know how to say, it's just not an on-off switch. Okay, sorry, but Israel is not going anywhere anytime soon. So like, you know what I mean? Right? And like, you know, like, I think here's what's hard, guys, is like, there are power dynamics that are changing in the Middle East. Okay. And, you know, yeah, but what I'm like, guys, here's what you don't seem to understand. Okay. So let me just say this, okay? You ready? So guys, what would you do, okay? You know what I'm saying? Is say America cuts off like Israel and a war happens in the Middle East that's 20 years long and oil is $300 a fucking barrel, okay? Like, my point being is what do you think it would look like over here if we just and I'm not saying we should continue funding Israel, because I don't think that's the answer either. But like what I'm saying, guys, is when we stop funding Israel, like the pain is really going to begin. Okay? Like, I'm just telling you, when we stop funding Israel, that's not going to fix our problems. That is just going to create a whole nother set of problems. I hope you realize that. I'm not saying we shouldn't stop funding Israel. I just think that there's a whole other thing waiting for us when we turn that spigot off. And it's not going to be pleasant, guys. You know, the only ones in the Middle East fighting is with the West. That is not true. Okay? I think when you take, guys, when you take the Western presence out of the Middle East, it's going to get weird. You know what I'm saying? So, but again, here's the thing though, again, guys, I'm just saying that like my thing is this, is that I too want to sort out, I want to end the genocide, and I want to stop funding the Middle East. And I also realize though that simultaneously while we do that, there is like, you're not going to eliminate Zionists from the US government. So like that again, there's always going to, unless there are no Christians in the US government, we're going to have Zionists in the US government. And we have to contend with that reality. Okay? That's the thing that is like, people are acting like, oh, if like we're going to get rid of Zionism and this thing is going to be fixed. And like, you're not going to get rid of Zionism. It's like the same way, guys. You ready? Like, there's still racism in America. Okay? And there's probably always going to be racism in America. And so us contending with racism in America and like slowly over hundreds of years phasing that out is one of the things that we are going to contend with here. And like, because of America's imperialist nature and the fact that our companies want to control all of the resources on the planet, Zionism is a thing that corporations use to maintain a nexus of control in the Middle East. And so I'm just like wanting us to like fight Zionism while realizing that we're not going to be able to eliminate it, but that doesn't mean that we have to be ruled by it. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And so like what's hard is like, I see people who are like, anybody who is an Israel supporter, they're like, we will not support. But like, unfortunately, we're going to have some Israel supporters in the Democratic Party. And I don't think they're going away just yet. You know what I'm saying? Dude, Netanyahu needs to go. See, I wish we would focus instead of like acting like Zionism is an on-off switch. I wish we would focus on actionable things, which is like electing some like anti-Zionist people into government, but realizing that there still are going to be some Zionist people in the Dem coalition for now. And that we got to focus on defunding or minimizing funding to Israel. And we got to focus on like getting Netanyahu out of power, right? And like, you know, like, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, but guys, we do have to beat fascism here too. Like, you know what I'm saying? But guys, you ready for this? Can I just say something though, guys? And hear me out on this. I want like to curb Zionism, but I also don't like I don't want to like I don't know, man. I don't want to have any of the Abrahamic religions be dominant in our Congress. I really want to get all the Abrahamic religions out of our government, guys. And like right now, I feel like some of the I guess the thing that makes me nervous about like American politics right now is I feel like there is like Abrahamic religions are warring for power in our Congress, but like I really wish we could get all of them out. You know what I mean? Like I don't want any Christians or Jews or Muslims in our government. Dude, I don't just want like Zionism gone. I want the Abrahamic religions gone. You know, that's me. I feel like I want a much bigger battle, right? You know, but I feel like, dude, I feel like we want to curb Zionism, but I also don't, in the process of curbing Zionism, I don't want to have like an anti-Zionist faction take over the government that is just a different type of oppression. You know what I mean? And so like, right? And that's the thing that is really like fucked up is like, I don't want a Zionist government, but I also don't want like fucking, like a Saudi Arabian government over here either, like some other religious theology that's not Christianity or like, you know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't want fucking I don't know. I want all the Abrahamic religions out of government. Dude, seriously. And like I feel weird because I feel like what's happening now is that different factions of the Abrahamic religions are fighting for control of the US government. And that makes me a little nervous too, that like, you know what I'm saying? Dude, I'm serious, right? Is a specific thing, which is a colonial apartheid state that wants to take over large swaths of land by genocide. That should be an on-off thing. Well, yeah, Natalie, I mean, I think in theory it should be an on-off thing, but like there's some of that happening in Africa and there's some of that happening in the Middle East and so it's like I wish it was an on-off thing, but it's like I don't know how to make that an on-off thing. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is midnight. It's not all being funded by Israel. It's all being funded by the US. Israel does not have that much money, guys. This is all being funded by the US, dude. Like, I feel like all of the genocides that have taken place in the world have all been funded by us, right? Why? Because a bunch of Christians are in government. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, so yes, like realistically, I mean, you know what the cure is, guys? The cure is for the United States to be decimated is the cure for all of this. And like, but I don't want the United States to be decimated because I don't want to die. Okay. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. Like if you want to get rid of genocide in the Middle East, you have to get rid of the United States, not Israel. And like, but like, do you want to get rid of the United States? That's us, right? You know what I mean? So that's the thing that makes this so complicated, is people are acting like, oh, if you get rid of Israel, the genocide's over. And it's like, no, it's not. You know, you'd have to get rid of the United States to get rid of genocide. Okay? Because like the United States has wanted Israel to conquer the Middle East. Okay? And like they haven't actively done it like Trump does. But they haven't discouraged any of the warmongering, and they've been feeding it the whole time. They've just sort of been like, oh, it's not us, it's Israel. But like that, like Israel is like the US's, the entire state of Israel, and this Zionism, as you call it, is literally just been a warring arm of the United States. Okay? And like that is like the problem. The problem is us, right? That's what I keep saying. Like we're the problem. The imperialism is the United States. And Israel, the Zionism in Israel has been funded by the United States because we want that oil. And then some of the crazier members of us want the rapture, you know? And you're saying we just need the U.S. to stop giving them the money. But guys, what I am saying is the minute the U.S. stops giving money in the Middle East, like the U.S.'s power and our quality of living here is going to be irreparably affected. Like that's just it, guys. If here's the thing, when we cut off Israel, and what goes on in the Middle East happens with us just cutting it off. What I'm saying is I'm not sure you're prepared for what the United States, like we may very well get conquered after we do that. Like the United States might get taken over and occupied after we get out of the Middle East. That's a very real possibility that once we step out of the Middle East, we will get taken over. Okay? Like, I know it sounds crazy to say that, but I think that's part of the reason why the U.S. has been fucking like so like active in trying to control the tenor of the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and so I think that they're, you know, yeah, it's weird. It's weird, guys. Dude, it's fucked up. I mean, don't get me wrong. I want to get out of there, but like, you know, I want to get out of there. You say I'm making a great argument that sounds like Lindsey Graham. I just think you think that when we step out of the Middle East, you think the oil prices are going to go down or up? And like, do we have an infrastructure to survive like a crazy oil spike? Or do we have an infrastructure to survive like a 20-year war in the Middle East? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and now if Israel has nukes, like, shit, what is that? What do we do then? Like, it's like, I don't think simply cutting off Israel, I think we would have to cut off Israel and we'd have to install a different government in Israel. I think it's more complicated than just cutting off the money, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we'd have to topple the government there. You know what I'm saying? I don't think we would want somebody else invading Israel and establishing a different government there. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what'll happen. I mean, we should cut off the money, but I just don't think cutting off the money is going to fix the issue. I think here's the problem. The problem is that the whole world wants what's under that ground. And the whole world is financially affected by what's under that ground, you know? And so like, I mean, you know, I just think this, guys, you ready? So I think we have to be building an infrastructure to survive skyrocketing oil prices. Otherwise, because I will tell you this, guys, you ready? So once we step out of the Middle East, we have no idea what's going to happen to the world economy. Okay? We have no idea. I mean, part of the reason why the U.S. is even involved there is to try and control the world economy. And so this is what's so, I guess for me, it's just a little scary, because once we step out of the Middle East, we have no idea who's going to rise up and fight there, and how that's going to go, or if a couple countries are going to get together and just decimate Israel and take that land, and there's going to be a new singular power in the Middle East that's going to cut off oil to the whole world, you know what I mean? Or if China's going to do something, and I don't know. To me, that's all really confusing, because a huge part of our American economy is predicated upon our meddling over there. And I would love to not meddle over there, but I'm also super nervous about what that's going to look like for us here. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, nobody has this magical solution, okay? Because guys, dude, Israel having nukes is to me, I'm nervous about that. Benjamin Netanyahu having nuclear weapons is nerve-wracking to me, and it's just weird, because guys, what's wild about it is how the modern world, we don't have a modern world. Everybody says, oh, before Israel, but before Israel was created, there were 2 world wars in 30 fucking years, guys. Okay? Before Israel was created. And then Israel was created, I think, you ready? I think Israel was created for the United States to be imperialist control over the whole world, to prevent another world war from happening. Okay? That's what I think. I think the United Nations and the United States conspired to have the USA kind of take over the whole world to make sure there's not another world war. And it's had various levels of success, that and so what's interesting is what I wonder is if we cut off Israel and pull out of the Middle East, are we going to have another world war after that? You know what I mean? Because I mean, that's really the one thing that changed is that we established a presence in the Middle East, Dude, I don't know, dude. It's all very confusing to me, Right? Because Russia used to be on our side, right? You know what I mean? And dude, and then in the meantime, China is yo, dude, China's China's has the biggest army in the whole world, and they have all the infrastructure and the fucking futuristic energy. Dude, I'm gonna learn Chinese. That's what I'm doing, dude. That's my plan. My plan is I'm going to learn Chinese. Okay? Just for the record. If you ask me what my next, what I think the solution is, I think the solution is for all of us to learn Chinese, guys. Right? Seriously. But But again, I think that I just I just say this, guys, okay? And again, like, I do want to stop funding Israel, but I also, though, guys, I am not naive enough to think that the minute we stop funding Israel, it's not going to just create a whole other host of like new issues in the Middle East. Because guys, we have one big problem, okay? Like, forget about Zionism for a second, okay? And just hear me out on this one problem, guys. Forget about Zionism. Forget about Israel. Forget, I know the horrors of genocide, but let's just table that for 1 second and realize that we have an entire world that is junked out on a finite substance. And there are 2 locations that have more of that substance than everything. And that is the Middle East and Venezuela. Okay. And so the thing is like everything that is happening with Zionism and with us dismantling the governments in South America and the way we've toppled like socialism in Cuba and all that shit, everything the United States has ever done to destabilize the world or to fund a war machine has had to do with that substance. Okay, we have meddled in South America because of the Venezuelan oil. We have meddled in the Middle East because of the Middle East oil. And like, that is exactly what is fucking going on. I mean, the Russian, Ukraine thing is about minerals, and you know what I mean? Like all of it feels like all of the fighting is about the resources. And so like, I don't know. I wish I had an answer, And so I don't know. It is like, I just don't have an answer, You know what I'm saying? And so the thing is like, I want to end funding to Israel, and I am simultaneously like scared to death about like what the power shifting in that region is going to look like, not just for us, also for Europe. Europe has a huge stake in this too, right? I mean, Europe has a whole other battle that's going on with like the imperialism of Russia and shit. But like, mostly I just wish we would get off oil. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I wish we would like be focusing on getting off oil, because guys, even if we pull the plug on our investment in Zionism, like whatever goes on in that Middle East deeply affects the price of everything here in America, guys. And there's no way around that. Okay. Like, once we stop funding Israel, right, then like, who are we working with to then moderate the price of oil after that? Right? Who's our ally in the Middle East? Is it Saudi Arabia? Is it Iran? Is it Qatar? Is it, you know what I'm saying? Like, who, or I mean, we don't have any, like, we're dismantling all our clean energy shit. We've been opening coal plants and shit. So obviously we're going to like, let's cut off Israel, but then what? Right? You know what I'm saying? But then what? Like, I don't know, dude. I feel like we're fucking, like, I feel like Putin has to go. I feel like Netanyahu has to go. I feel like, guys, you ready? I don't want to say this, but I feel like MBS has to go. You know what I'm saying? I mean, dude, let's be honest, right? But dude, no, he gave $2 billion to Jared Kushner and they keep buying American weapons. Dude. bro. Oh shit, dude. Right? Like, what's gonna happen? I know, good luck on him. Yes. Dude, he is a psychopath, bro. And yet, though, simultaneously, I don't want to go to war, guys. So, yo. Hey, yo, God. All right, so I got a conundrum here. We need to get rid of MBS, Bibi, and Vladimir Putin, but I don't want to go to war. Is there anything we can do about that? Whoa, dude, he told me to go fuck myself, dude. All right, and we need a pine box delivered to Mar-a-Lago. That's Palm Beach, Florida. Fucking, I don't know what the zip code is, but you know the zip codes. You're omniscient. All right, get back to me. All right, thank you. Bye bye, dude. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, fuck, bro. Dude, this convo is wild. It is, though, guys. I mean, guys, I just don't know what's next, you know? And you know what I'm saying? Start by stopping aid to Israel. All right, Dark Storm. So tell me, though, will you tell me when we stop our aid to Israel, what happens in the Middle East? Okay? Because Dark Storm, I know, and you and Natalie, I know you guys are both, though, you like seem to have a lot more knowledge about this. But like after we stop all money to Israel, and Israel is now vulnerable and they can't bully, and yet Netanyahu still wants to take more territory. So what goes on in the Middle East after that? And how does it affect the world economy? And that's what I like. Do you think all of those nations around Israel are just going to forgive her and be like, yeah, it's cool now that you stop fighting us? Or, you know what I mean? I'm just curious, like, what you think is going to happen to, like, that country and those people and that region and how it's going to affect. They won't have money for bombs. I got it. They won't have money for bombs, right? But like after they don't have money for bombs, do you think any of those other countries that Israel's been bullying and kicking the shit out of for the last 70 years, do you think any of those countries are going to just make peace and they're going to forget about Gaza and all that shit? You think they're just going to let it all go? Or do you think there's going to be some people who are going to wipe fucking Israel off the map in a gnarly, multifaceted war? I mean, I don't know, dude. If I was those countries that Israel had bullied for a long time, I don't think I would just let it go. You know what I'm saying? Right? And so I think like the immediate decimation of Israel is going to occur shortly thereafter. But then the question becomes, who's going to fund that decimation? Is it going to be China? Is it going to be Iran? Is it going to be Saudi Arabia? Is there going to be a different coalition? Like who's going to be the new de facto military might in that region? Would there be an imperialist Saudi Arabia funded by the U.S. that takes over? Or would we stop selling weapons to Saudi Arabia and shit? Or would we sell weapons? Right? Because we sell a whole bunch of weapons to Saudi Arabia. And we sold a whole bunch of weapons to Iran. And now we're selling shit to all those other smaller countries and shit. So I'm saying Israel is the bad guy. Like, I don't doubt that. I still think the U.S. is the bad guy. I mean, Israel is the bad guy, but I think Israel is our bad guy, our hired hand. Okay. Like you remember, guys, do you remember Casino? Okay. Do you remember Casino? Remember Joe Pesci, how Robert De Niro hired Joe Pesci? And then when De Niro got mad, Joe Pesci would take the knife, the pen, and like stab that guy in the neck. So my point being is is the United States is the mob bosses in Kansas City and Robert De Niro, and Joe Pesci in Casino is Israel. Okay. And then eventually they take Joe Pesci out into the woods and they like, you know, take the bats out and shit. But my point is though, is don't we want to like, are we just going to like cut off the funding and see what happens? Or is Saudi Arabia going to, you know what I mean? Like, are we going to no longer sell Saudi Arabia weapons? Like, what happens after that? You know, because we're giving money to Israel, but we've simultaneously, do you not realize that I don't know if you realize this, but we've been funding Israel to be a bully, and then we've been selling weapons to everyone around Israel. Like, we've been feeding both ends of that conflict. Do you realize that? That like we fund the bully and then we sell weapons to Saudi Arabia to make sure that they're not threatened by the bully we're funding. But like after we stop funding Israel, do we sell Saudi Arabia more weapons or do we cut them off? Right? And like you realize we're monetizing all sides of that. Like, you know, so it's not just that simple. I mean, because the minute, you know, you know, somebody's going to wipe Israel off the map and they're probably going to do it with American weapons. Right? And like, but the question is, are we going to fund them too? Right? You know, it's like, oh, fuck, dude. See what I'm saying? It's just not cut and dried. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's so fucked up, which is why I still think, right? I still think, right, that like we're the problem. Okay? That's the issue, is we're the problem. Dude, why am I so worried? I'm not worried about what happens to Israel. I mean, I'm worried about like the next wave of instability in the Middle East, guys, because we're so dependent on oil. And like, so that's my real concern. I mean, obviously there's a whole bunch of people in Israel that were just born there, and they were born into a system of propaganda and learning about whatever their country. So there's a whole bunch of innocent people there that are not imperialists. And you know what I'm saying? Like that's just it. Israel is not just Benjamin Netanyahu. There's a bunch of people that are born there and are fed propaganda in their schools the same way we were. And we're fed shit about who's good and who's bad. And so there's a bunch of innocent Israelis that are just being taught to feel a certain way about that region, as there are Palestinians and Saudis and Persians, and you know what I mean? And so like, obviously I don't want any war there, you know, because a whole bunch of innocent people are fucking dying as it is, and a whole bunch more are going to die. You know, and I guess without the removal of the Abrahamic religions, I don't see where the end is. You know what I'm saying? And you know, but Natalie, I'm not saying we should keep fucking with the Middle East. You keep saying that, and you're wrong. I've never said we should keep fucking with the Middle East. But what I've said is you insist we need to cut off the spigot. And I'm saying, but when I ask you, well, what's going to happen afterwards? You're just like, oh, I don't care. But it's like, well, whatever happens there affects the entire global fucking economy. So like when we cut off the spigot, the entire world economy is going to be affected greatly. Okay, that could cause the American empire to topple, or maybe we flourish, or maybe like we don't know what's going to happen. But the point is like I would like to have some plan of how our life is going to be after we step out of the Middle East. And because we're not just in Israel, we've been arming all these other countries. And are we going to stop selling them weapons, or are we going to sell Israel weapons too? Are we going to just cut off the funding and make them buy the weapons? Or are we gonna stop militarily selling weapons? And then what's our economic fallback? You know what I'm saying? It's what are the evangelical Christians in America gonna do if they're no longer funding the rapture? Right? You know what I mean? I'm not arguing to keep being there, but I'm saying as long as we are dependent on oil, whatever goes on there is going to control us. Okay? If when we stop funding Israel, we are still going to be controlled by the Middle East. Just who in the Middle East is going to control us next? Right? Because we're our entire economy is dependent upon that substance. And if we don't have any say over there, we just use all our own, and then, well, fuck, dude. Then what do we do when that shit runs out? Oil is dead. All right. Dude, I guess, the thing that's really interesting though, guys, is how it seems like what I don't understand with the anti-Zionist people is you argue Israel is one thing and everyone in that country is bad. And that's not true. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like Ukraine, if we stop funding Ukraine, us or Europe or somebody stops helping Ukraine, you think Russia's going to take over Ukraine? Do we let Russia take over Ukraine? You know what I'm saying? And so I want Netanyahu to be in jail, and I don't want there to be any genocide, but I also know that there's several million people living in Israel that haven't fucking done shit and probably want peace too. And they don't want to be fucking blown to shreds and everybody in that place dies because of the sins of the government for 50 years. So I don't know. Is that wrong of me? I don't want fucking a genocide in Gaza, and then I don't want a fucking genocide in Israel as payback for the genocide in Gaza, because there's a whole bunch of fucking, innocent people in that country. I'd like Netanyahu to be in prison, but and I don't think that that's unreasonable. I want all of that warring to stop. I feel like we should be kicking Vladimir Putin's ass, right? But we're not, And so you know what I'm saying? But dude, yeah, I wish we would get off the oil. So that's just it. So, okay, let's cut off Israel. And then what? And then what? My thing is I guess I am just sober about it, because I do want to cut off funding to Israel, and simultaneously, I have no idea what's going to happen after that and how it's going to affect us. Right? You know what I'm saying? Because I guess I'm worried. I personally am worried that we have funded that country and made that country a bully for us for so long that the minute we do cut off funding, I'm personally am worried that they're going to get wiped off the face of the earth, the whole country, that some coalition is going to form that is going to take vengeance for 70 years and just smear that everyone in that country off the face of the earth, and we're going to witness a whole nother horror. And then I'm like, well, then what do we do after that? Like, does that end it? Is there peace there then? Or like, are we funding that? Are we going to fund that, like them wiping Israel off the map? Or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, dude. What comes next, bro? Because I just don't think it's going to be peaceful. You know, I don't. And like, you know, so I guess I do feel a fucking, you know, I don't know, man. I just feel like I don't think there's any good answer, you know? I don't think there's any good answer, right? But like, you know, let's cut it off and see what happens, right? You know, but like what's hard about this though, right, is when, Natalie, when you say no kids get bombed by our money, like that's just it. Like, but that's literally what we do. Like, don't you realize that the United States is the weapon dealer to the world? Like the cartel killings in South America. Where do you think they get a lot of their guns from? Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, I've been propagandized to believe that we sell weapons to everyone in the world. You're saying we don't. See, now you're just being stupid. Like, we literally sell weapons to the entire world. That's like a huge part of our business. You know, it's a huge part of our economy, right? Like, it's like, you know, dude. Dude, it is specifically terrible, Dylan. You're not wrong, right? You're not wrong. But like, dude, we're a huge weapon manufacturer, you know? And so like again, we can stop manufacturing weapons, okay? But like, then, like, my point being is are you prepared to be the country that is dependent upon other people for support instead of being the country, you know what I mean, that is like the initiator of all that shit? 9 million Germans were expelled from Eastern Europe up until 1954. That's fucking brutal. Exodus. Sorry, Anya, I missed your thing. Missed my other $5. And why on earth do you have against Israel? I don't have anything against Israel. Like, I mean, I have something against Benjamin Netanyahu. Thank you, Anya. I mean, I guess the thing that's really hard about this discussion, okay, and why I've been propagandized to believe that all the Middle East wants to wipe Israel off the map. No, that's not propaganda, Natalie. That's just my own personal feelings. There's no propaganda involved. If I was one of the countries that had been bullied by Israel because of American support, and then America took the support away and I had a chance to get payback, I would likely extract payback. I mean, that's not, oh, I haven't been told that. That's just what I would fucking do, right? I mean, think about it. If Mexico was funded by China and they were attacking Texas and Arizona and shit and trying to take our country for 50 years and China stopped funding Mexico, I would want to go kick the fucking shit out of Mexico. Ever-loving shit out of them. Like, are you kidding me? If we had been attacked for 50 years by some country, that's not propaganda. That's literally how I would feel. I would want to extract some vengeance, you know? So I'm nervous that there are going to be some countries there that would react exactly the way I would fucking react, you know? I mean, you know, and maybe it won't. But like, dude, that's not about propaganda. Nobody taught me that. That's my own personal thing. If America had been attacked by Canada for 50 years and then Canada lost their funding, I would want to kick the fucking shit out of Canada. I would feel very justified in doing so. Okay? You know, and that's just my own personal thing. If my neighbors attacked me for years and I got a chance to fucking fight back and kick the shit out of them, I would. So, you know, that it has nothing to do with propaganda. It has to do with my own personal feelings of what I would do. You know, I don't think I would not extract vengeance if I ran one of those countries. You know, I mean, there's a lot of horrors that, you know, I don't know how you think that they wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, I don't know. I would. Right? It's not propaganda. It's literally just what I would fucking do. You know? I mean, think about this, guys. I want to extract vengeance on MAGA, and right? I want to rewrite the Supreme Court, expand the court, fucking do all this crazy shit, tax the churches. I want to extract vengeance on MAGA simply for having to live under Donald Trump. Okay? You know what I mean? Like, that's me. And that's not propaganda. That's just me. What about millions in Africa that get slaughtered, kidnapped, etc., and we don't do diddly? I know, Kim. I know there's a genocide in Africa too, right? I know. But like telling me that I'm propagandized when I'm literally just giving you like what I would do if I was that region, I think is a little, you know. I will say this, guys. Okay, you ready? I'm going to say this. When we cut off Israel, okay, when we cut off Israel, we're going to enter a new stage of like war and chaos in that region. Most certainly, you know what I'm saying? And so I just think like, you know, right? Let's go. I just think it's very naive of you to think that when we pull everything out of the Middle East, that like we're not going to be victimized by like the price of oil and who takes power in that region. Okay? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? That is, Israel gives us money to do their bidding. I disagree with that. I think the United States takes payment to keep the government funded in exchange for Israel warring for us. Okay? I see the United States as the much more of the active role, right? You know? Like how white people were so afraid of black people after slavery. I mean, I don't really see that, you know, like what you're saying is like, I'm not worried that the Palestinians are going to rise up from Gaza and beat up Israel after Israel stops oppressing them. I am curious as to what the other countries that are fully operational militaries that have been bullied and had their land grabbed by Israel for 70 years, how those countries are going to react, and whether we're going to start funding them or if we're going to stop selling weapons entirely to the region. And I am nervous about what goes on in that region because we are heavily affected by it. That's it. Again, I'm not saying don't cut off Israel, but I think it's just really stupid that you think like we're going to just back out of the Middle East and there's going to be no like ginormous effect on the US economy. And I'm just telling you that like we don't know what the world economy is going to look like. You know, I'm not arguing in favor of anything, Natalie. You keep saying that. I just keep asking you about what's going to go on after that. And you're just like, oh, I don't care. I just want to cut off Israel and then forget it. Forget about what happens after that. But when I ask you about what's going to go on after that, it's as though you've never considered what may happen. You just say, oh, there's not going to be any war. You think oil prices are going to stabilize. Everybody's just going to kumbaya. They're going to forgive Israel. And like, who's going to be the power there? Is Israel going to give up their nukes when we stop funding them? You think Israel's just going to be nice and like give back land? Or, you know, I'm just saying you have a unilateral thing that is your goal. And I agree with your goal. But this whole time I've been saying, what do you think's going to go on there afterwards? And you don't seem to have any ideas. You just tell me I'm propagandized and that I want to support Israel and I've fucking, you know what I mean? You tell me I'm an idiot over and over and over again, but you don't offer any realistic scenarios of what it might look like over there. We're not going to cut off Israel and we are not going to get a national divorce. Anya's over here saying this shit's never going to happen, right? And I mean, I keep saying that until I don't think we're even going to cut off Israel until there's no Christians in government, you know? But you've never called me an idiot. Well, when you say I've been propagandized to believe something, that is essentially calling me an idiot, because you're saying that what I think is going to take place in the Middle East is because I've been brainwashed by government propaganda and not because I have my own personal feelings, you know, right? And, you know, because I am not responding to Israel based on propaganda, okay? I'm responding to Israel based on being a compassionate human stuck in a country that has prioritized American imperialism all around the world because of the resources that we've been taking. And you think Zionism is an independent, separate thing from that greater American imperialism. And I think like it's not. I think Zionism is just one shade of American imperialism. Okay? I still insist that Israel is not running America. America is letting Israel run free in order to do America's dirty work. Okay? And dude, I know what the settlers are doing, right? But they're doing that shit in Africa, right? And I mean, there's a war in Ukraine and we just disenfranchise all the black voters in the South. You know what I'm saying? And like, so, right? And women are losing rights and gay rights are going to be next. And Natalie's going to be made illegal, you know, like, and like, fuck, bro, we have a lot on our plate. And like, fine, cut off like funds to Israel, but that is not going to fix, like, that's like one of 100 problems, right? And like, but like, I just don't think it's going to happen until you get Christians out of government. And I keep saying that. And you, like, people think that, like, they're going to elect a handful of progressives and all of a sudden America's going to stop funding their paid bully in the Middle East that is connected to the oil companies' profits. And I'm like, dude, where do you think you're living? You know what I'm saying? I don't think you're trolling, Natalie, but like when you tell other human beings who are telling you how they feel about things and you tell them you've been propagandized I think you should stop telling people they've been propagandized. You know, I just think you should stop that. You should stop telling me I've been propagandized. You know what I'm saying? I'm asking you to stop saying that to me. And you say that to me all the fucking time, right? And just stop. I am a capable thinking person who went to a top fucking 25 university and have lived 56 years on this fucking planet. And I'm not responding to fucking shit in the world because I got taught something from, Lindsey fucking Graham. You've compared me to Lindsey Graham. You've told me I was propagandized, and you always do that. And that's fucking annoying. Okay. So if you're not trolling, then what are you doing? Trying to be personally annoying to compare me to Lindsey fucking Graham? Dude, seriously, shut the fuck up with that. Right? When I'm talking about the Middle East and you start comparing me to Lindsey Graham, that's annoying. You know what I'm saying? It's like you sound like you've been propagandized because you walk around thinking there's one on-off switch that's going to fix all of America's problems. Meanwhile, we're losing our rights here at home, right? How you like that? Dude, you know what I'm saying? We don't know. I think that there's Christianity and there's oil, okay? And that is the rock and the hard place, okay? If you look at where America is stuck, guys, there's a rock called Christianity and there's a hard place called oil, right? Dude, and I just don't know what the easy out is, right? And I want to cut off Israel, and I don't want a bunch of, innocent Israelis to die, and I don't want any more Palestinians to die, and I don't want to be Saudi Arabia's friend. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. I don't want to be Saudi Arabia's friend. That bothers me too. That we're Saudi Arabia's friend. That really fucking bothers me, guys. Okay. And they're sponsoring video game tournaments and boxing and golf tournaments. And dude, I really don't like being Saudi Arabia's friend, guys. I have a real issue with that government. You know what I'm saying? A long-standing issue with that government. It sucks, dude. And so I don't know, what do we do in the Middle East, dude? Dude, and Trump is Trump has sold us down the fucking river, You know what I mean? Yeah. But anyway, no love lost. All right. Dude, we're okay here. We are. Dude, I'm fine. But I am, very dangerous times in America. People are being lynched in America in 2026. Dude, that's really sad. I am fine. But guys, I'm just telling you this. You know what I'm saying? I am tired. Okay. And hear me out. And Natalie, if this does not apply to you, then that's fine. But I am tired of leftists telling me I've been propagandized or that I am blue MAGA or something because I don't want to take over the Democratic Party. And I don't think that that there's a one-stop fix to our issues in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? And but I literally, not a day goes by where I talk about Israel and Palestine and the Middle East and the Democratic Party, and I don't have some leftist telling me that I don't know shit, that I'm propagandized. They compare me to Lindsey Graham or Donald Trump or some insane right-wing fucking person, or they call me blue MAGA, and it's what the fuck are you doing? Right? Shut the fuck up with all that shit. Quit calling me blue MAGA and quit comparing me to nasty right-wing figures because I have a nuanced and concerned worldview about the power balance in the Middle East. Sending positive energy to you, boss. Let's go. Thank you, Ella. We love you. You know? And so the thing is we can have discussions about this, but I would love it if people on my side would quit comparing me to right-wing people simply because I'm like, what's going to happen after we take this action? Like, have we considered, you know, the shit that's going on? Like, even right now, guys, look at what we're doing. Look at what we're doing in America. We are now having a war, and we're gerrymandering the shit out of every state. And pretty soon, every state in America is going to have 30 to 50% of that state completely disenfranchised. And like, what is that going to do to America, guys? We're engaging in this battle against Trump and shit, but like, are like, you think this is going to turn out good? Like, are we heading towards, I don't think we're heading somewhere good, guys, you know? Right? It's like, fuck, man. And it's crazy. Like, you know? So I guess maybe I'm willing to have all the discussions you want about the Middle East and Israel and Zionism, but I would like you to stop calling me Blue MAGA, and I would like you to stop comparing me to Lindsey Graham, and I would like you to stop telling me that the things I've been thinking about related to this are simply shit that's been programmed into my head. You know? You know what I'm saying? You know, and like, I mean, it's like, I don't know, you know, I'm not trying to scare us into not, you know, like, I'm not trying to scare us into not cutting off Israel. I just personally don't believe we're cutting off Israel anytime soon, guys. Like, there's just too many Christians in government. And so I don't think I'm going to see Israel get cut off in my lifetime, right? And I get confused because it seems like some of the leftists or think it's just going to happen, like if we elect a progressive president in 2028, that all of a sudden, like, there's going to be no money to Israel. And I just don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's that easy. You know, I think we have to contend with this for a while. Realistically, I mean, it would be great if we could just opt out, but like, we're so compromised on Israel and Saudi Arabia and now Qatar. Like, what the fuck is Trump doing? Like, taking that $400 million jet from Qatar? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, what do we owe Qatar? Can I just ask you that? Right? Like, seriously, can somebody in chat, like, Qatar giving Trump a $400 million plane? What did he give them? Like, what did we do? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I wonder about. What have we already done? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Do you ever sit at that and think, like, did Trump already sell, like, secrets? I mean, he took a whole bunch of classified information. And then Jared Kushner got $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. Witkoff and them are out there just making deals. Like, what the fuck have we done, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. dude, like, you know, I mean, seriously, have you guys, there are times where I wonder, like, are we going to wake up one day and there's just like bombings inside the U.S., like rampant bombings? Is that going to happen one day? I hope not. You know, dude, I hope not. Oh, shit. I've said this before, okay? And I know this is not a popular thing, but like what I said is, like, I want all Abrahamic religions out of our government. You know what I'm saying? And that is like what I want, you know? Never sees I've seen Natalie's apologies. I saw her apology up there, right? Where she says, I'm sorry for doing that. I was hearing stuff I hear from people on that side. I was wrong to assume you were then agreeing with their same conclusion. You know, I saw that. I totally saw that. But like, I just like, my thing is simply that it's like, I just don't believe it's an on-off switch. Okay. And for some reason, like I feel like there are factions in both parties, right? It's happening in the right wing too, where both parties have somehow decided that there's this on-off switch that if we just turn off all the funding to Israel, everything is like fixed. And if you say, wow, there seems like a lot of nuance to that, somebody wants to jump down your throat and tell you you're wrong and you're full of shit and you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, dude, I just don't have any answers to that. You know what I'm saying? And I am totally 100% fine with cutting off all money to Israel, and I would like to cut off weapon sales to all of those countries in the Middle East. And I would like to have an energy infrastructure to be able to survive a catastrophic increase in the price of oil before we do that. So when we do that, if there is chaos over there, at least we don't end up in breadlines, you know, because like, fuck, bro. I'm already feel like I'm suffering a little bit in the world as it is now. And like, it's not simply because we give Israel $3.8 billion a year, right? You know, I mean, I think it's more like all of our economy is wrapped up in the Middle East because of our dependence on oil. And we should have been building like high-speed rail and all this shit 20 years ago, but like we're literally run by oil companies and Amazon and now AI. And like, you know what I'm saying? So sure, stop funding Israel, but like, can we get some clean energy infrastructure before we do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, can we like protect our own civil rights? Like before we do that, you know, or like you think if we just make the only focus cutting off money to Israel, that's like, what do we do about all these other problems? You know what I'm saying? Like that's just it. We have so many fucking problems on our plate right now. And I literally sometimes feel, maybe wrongly so, but I feel like a significant faction of my own side in the political thing wants to focus on this one thing that is actually impossible because our government is filled with Christians. And so we're focusing on, we have to do this thing that's just not going to happen right now. And all this other shit is like piling on us. And so I'm like, can we put 10 goals on the table? And can we prioritize like, you know, like winning back our government? But then it's hard because some people are like, well, if you win back the government with your political party, it's just going to be the same as it ever was. So then, well, what do you want to do? You want to break out some guns and go to war? Or like, what's your fucking solution? Because like most of America keeps voting for these two political parties, you know what I'm saying? Right? And like, you know, like America is oil companies and AI companies and weapons dealers, right? That's like our whole economy, right? You know, it is a lot. It is a lot. But yeah, this is why, though, I feel like these discussions, I mean, we get into them. I don't know why we get into them, though. Yeah, we may have more problems than funding them. China, Japan slowly selling off U.S. treasuries. Oh, Kim, let's go. Thank you, Kim. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, guys, it's just like we, every week or so, right, we have a discussion about Hasan, and then it delves into, like, we have to cut off Israel. We got to stop Zionism. And, like, but, like, I just don't, like, do you think that's happening? It's not happening in 2026. It's not happening in 2028. It's like, you know, there's right now, how many people in Congress, you know, you think are going to like cut off Israel's funding, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't know. Why are we talking? I mean, it's like, I want to be talking about that as like a backseat issue, you know, like the front seat issue to me is like the black people being disenfranchised, gerrymandering out of control, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, and fascism here in America. And then the backseat issues are like, we need clean energy because of climate change. We got to do something about Zionism. I'd like to do something about the genocide in Africa too. It's not just Israel. Like Africa is heavily affecting us too. The climate. Oh my God, the mining, like think about all the climate damage that's happening from Africa. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, you know, so what do we do? Focus on money out of politics? I mean, I think right now, what we do is we, like, I mean, I don't know. Here's what I would like. I would like, you ready for this? I would like for everybody on the left to be like, are we supporting the Democratic Party or not? That's where I'd like to start. Is like, are we supporting the Democratic Party, and are we going to fight in the primaries and elect the primary winner together and support the party, or are we going to fight the party and pick apart the party? Right? I mean, let's start at a basis. Like, maybe we should have the discussion of, are we going to coalesce in the Democratic Party, or do some people want a different party? You know what I'm saying? When you say, though, midnight, see, the thing is, when you say, are the Democratic Party supporting the base? That's a loaded question, because the Democratic Party has many bases. The bases are black people, okay, but they're a small part of the Democratic Party, but they're a loyal base, and they just got fucked. They just lost all their rights. Are the base trans people? Are the base Hasan Piker? I mean, Hasan Piker's not the base. He doesn't even appear to like the Democratic Party. Who is the base? Is the base Democrats in Iowa? Farmer Democrats? Or urban AI Democrats? I mean, what is the Democratic base? That's the thing. Answer me that fucking question. I don't think we have one base. I think that's the problem. The leftists seem to think they're the base. And black people think they're the base, and they kind of are, even though they don't occupy enough of the party to have the controlling interest. You know what I'm saying? You know? Right? You're saying, well, it feels like 90% of the base want them to stand up to Trump, but they are too busy fighting Piker. But midnight, that too, though, is loaded, okay? Because one of the guys fighting Trump, okay, effectively and loudly was Gavin Newsom. And then Hasan Piker stood up and said, if he becomes the candidate, I'm going to mobilize all my fucking following against him. And so, like, okay, so, like, Piker's fighting the Democrats, and the Democrats are fighting Piker, right? And, like, and Piker's very powerful. has a huge following. Ukrainian refugees have now been canceled. What the fuck about Hadan? What about Hadan? Most loved at the moment. Who's Hadan? Do you mean Hasan? So like, you know what I mean? And like, dude, I don't love Gavin Newsom, but Hasan did say if Gavin Newsom becomes the candidate, I will not vote for him. And that was a signal to his very large fan base. So like, I didn't like that. I'm like, why is Hasan Piker? I don't like the Dems fighting Hasan and considering him an enemy, but I also don't like Hasan, like assuming that Newsom's going to be the candidate and already telegraphing that, like, I want to start fighting inside the Democratic Party during a goddamn election year. This is an election year. We shouldn't even be talking about fucking Gavin Newsom. We should be talking about taking back the House. But like, you know, and again, that to me is like where I'm like, I feel like Hasan is being irresponsible too, you know? And so like, that's a problem to me. I don't like the Democrats fighting Hasan and making a big deal about him, but I also don't like him running his fucking mouth all the time during election years in ways that just encourage more infighting. And I know he's doing it because he's trying to build political power for the people that he likes, because I think Hasan realistically wants to take over the Democratic Party. I don't think Hasan wants to be a partner with the Democrats, and I wish he would just be honest about that, okay? Like, do you think that's fair to say? Like, Hasan, will you ever partner with the Dems? Are you a Dem, or do you just hate them and you want to ruin them? Because sometimes I feel like he wants to partner with them, and sometimes I feel like he wants to ruin them. And so I'm really confused. Like, are you trying to help, or are you right? I am, dude. And I'm confused by the Pod Save America guys. And I am confused by Midas Touch sometimes, because sometimes it feels like everybody's just trying to get power and money. You know what I'm saying? You know? And so like, you know, right? But again, you know, I think obviously the Democrats are worried that Hasan Piker is going to be a liability and cost them seats. And they're worried about that. Okay? They're worried about losing, and they're worried that he's going to contribute to losing. And Hasan thinks, hey, if you listen to me and do it my way, you're going to win everything. And that's why I'm like, God, I wish Hasan would just run for office and get in Congress. Then it would be so much better, right? If he could show the win, right? And maybe if he gets El Sayed to win, and if El Sayed wins that Senate seat, maybe that will be some big turning point, right? You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, though, is Hasan has built up some of his audience on animosity towards the Democratic Party. And that is an element of his brand. And that was an element of Kyle's brand and a lot of the leftist brand. But like, Kyle's been changing his tune lately and been more like, you know what? I realize the stakes are really high, and so I'm going to be fierce and, right? And I feel like some of the far left people have not moderated like that. And so I'm just confused as to what's going on, because I don't want them attacking Hasan, but they're obviously worried that the Republicans are going to paint the entire Democratic Party as Hasan. And they're worried that that's going to be costly with some of the more like middle of the road independent voters in America, you know? And so I like, and like the thing that's really hard about like Hasan is he himself is not running for an election, and not a lot of the candidates he backs have won. And so like, you know, and so that's like fucking, you know, so right. And so we'll see, let's see what fucking happens here. Right. Right. But I just, the thing is, guys, I don't think Hasan has all the answers. I think he has some great ideas, but I also think Hasan is, making a name for himself, and he's fighting for a certain faction of political power, and he's, making a lot of money. Okay. And I don't think, I think the people that are running for office and are actually like getting into Congress are really the ones doing the work more than us who are just talking about it. And Hasan is a very famous influencer who, if he wanted to, could cause a lot of damage to the Democratic Party. And I guess part of me is worried that if he doesn't get what he wants, he may try to weaponize his fan base in that way, or maybe he'll accidentally do that and not even realize he's doing it just because he's so immune to the consequences, because he is definitely in the ownership class, And I just think like it appears, and maybe I'm wrong for this, but it appears like a lot of America is really scared of like change. And that bothers me. And so much of us are uneducated, right? But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it's crazy though, guys, because I always liked McMorrow. And now McMorrow and El Sayed are like brutal enemies, right? But I like McMorrow was a candidate that I always liked, okay? And like, but like, what's crazy about this though is like, like I said, I voted for Hillary and not Bernie, okay? I did not vote for Bernie for president, okay? You know what I'm saying? I did not vote for Bernie for president. And I'll tell you why. Because he was demagoguey and had a little bit of only I can fix it. And to me, that's a warning sign. That is a warning sign of like a cult of personality. And when I look at Bernie's track record, he didn't build a lot of coalitions in Congress. Bernie was always the guy, like, being a stick in the spokes, but not really getting people on his side. And so I felt like Bernie as president would create a lot of gridlock and not be able to win people, whereas AOC has Bernie's policy, but she's much better at bringing people together. And so that's why I didn't vote for Bernie, because I thought, wow, Bernie's is not going to be capable of pulling off the things he wants to pull off, and like, but there's like a whole bunch of people on the left who can't have that discussion, right? Because they want to vote on ideology and not the realism of the coalitions of what America is right now, today. You know what I'm saying? They like even with Graham Plattner, okay? Right? Graham Plattner, I hope he wins, okay? If Susan Collins beats him, like, oh my God, we're going to be so fucked. But I hope Graham Plattner wins. But I also know that Graham Plattner winning that Senate race is bringing us 1% closer to Medicare for all. Like 1%. You know what I'm saying? Good night, Natalie. That's it. 1%, guys. And so the thing is I just feel like I want our leftism, all of us, even Medicare for all, and ending Zionism and ending the genocide in Africa, okay? Which if we're going to end the genocide in Gaza, we're not going to fucking leave Africa just because they're black people and they're not sitting on oil, right? You know what I'm saying? I would like to fucking if we're going to do it there, let's fucking, you know, get our heads straight about Africa too. But, and maybe end all of this fucking warring. But like, guys, I want us to be realistic, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want us to be realistic. Like, where are we at right now? Are we just going to try and win, you know, a Democratic majority in 2026? Like, dude, like, we're going to have to do all we can just to keep that together, you know? But like, dude, I literally though, guys, listen to me. Can I just tell you that like I feel like, why is it, can I ask you this? Why is it that I feel like once a week, okay, like once a week, I have members of my own side tell me that like I need to abandon the Democratic Party, right? That's my party. And a party that I've supported and feel very connected to and I don't hate, right? It's like, you know what I mean? I mean, you notice that, right? That like, that I want to fight in the primary and support the primary winners and try to fuck us here at home. But then in the process of that, some people will say, well, we can't, no Zionist people in the Democratic Party. But I'm like, that's not going to happen right now. That's a good goal for 50 years from now, but it's not going to happen right now. Right? Why do you believe Hasan, what he said? His streams, he says otherwise. I don't know what that means, Anya. I don't really watch his streams. So anymore, I used to. Thank you, though. But you know, I do feel like we need the Democratic Party, you know? And I feel like, I will tell you this, guys, I think Zionism is like my number fucking 6 issue, okay? Like, my issues are defeating MAGA is a number 1 priority, okay? Number 2 is figuring out the Supreme Court situation and like slowing the corporate fuckery of all of us, right? Whether it's overturning Citizen United or having a Supreme Court that's not like, you know, exacerbating a Heritage Foundation, you know, fucking thing, right? A Heritage Foundation agenda and civil rights here at home. You know what I'm saying? You know, and so that's like, to me, those are like my top 3 issues. And then wealth distribution and healthcare are under there, you know? You know what I'm saying? And so those are my important issues. And so the thing, you know, the Hasan sympathizing with terrorism is complicated, okay? And because Hasan is from Turkey and he's Muslim, he's got a Muslim background and he's got a deep connection to Muslim culture and people. His family is Muslim, his heritage is Muslim. And Muslims think America are terrorists and they think Israel are terrorists. And Israel thinks Muslims are terrorists, and America has been taught that Muslims are terrorists. And so, like, simply saying somebody supports terrorism, it depends. If you're a Muslim, America are terrorists. And if you're, you know, if you're Israeli, you probably think like Muslims and Palestinians are terrorists. And if you're Americans, you're going to think of various combinations of those things. So that's why it is like complicated. Because if somebody is a Zionist, they think Hasan supports terrorism. And if there's somebody who's super Islamophobic, they could think Hasan supports terrorism because he understands why, like, you know, factions in the Middle East are fighting back against America. And so the thing is all of that is nuanced, guys. But again, it's just everybody's vying for political power. Okay? You know, I mean, Trump is a terrorist. I mean, guys, America, like, we've been a terrorist nation. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. We occupy every country. We control the, you know, much of the global community. I mean, look what we just did with fucking tariffs. And look what we did with Iran. We just upended the entire global economy for nothing. Lying about a nuclear weapon. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know, it's recognized by international law in the UN that Zionism is inherently a racist ideology. So, Midnight, that doesn't surprise me. But the thing is I guess when America is an inherently racist country, I'm like, Zionism is not my immediate concern, right? Because we're racist. America is a racist ideology. Look at what we literally just did. We rolled back the fucking Voting Rights Act. So, like, yeah, Zionist is inherently racist. All right, so are we. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah. Where were his parents born, Dark Storms? Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? You know? Like, that's just it. Like, what are we going to do? Are we here to cure Zionism in the Middle East, or are we here to, like, fix racism in America? You know what I'm saying? Right? I mean, I'm just telling you that, like, you know, I'd really like to focus on domestic issues. Right? Hasan is Joe Rogan of the left? No. Hasan is nothing like Joe Rogan. Hasan is much more polarizing. Like Joe Rogan is like, you know, and Hasan has an agenda. I mean, Joe Rogan has an agenda too, but it's simply making money. Right? You know, dude, yeah, I know. I mean, he has a big fan base. But again, like, I mean, look at what's going on in chat right now, dude. Like Dark Storms is fighting with someone and saying, you're probably a Zionist too. Like, literally, that's what we're fucking, like, right? That's the world we're living in right now, where people are sitting in chat yelling at people, you're a Zionist. I get called a Zionist like daily on fucking Twitter or whatever, right? I call people Zionists, and like, we're all fighting about that shit, right? And meanwhile, all of our civil rights are fucking disappearing, you know? You know what I'm saying? And like, it's just frustrating. But I'm gonna go make some videos. Dude, I gotta go make some videos. Talking about this is a dead end, you know, because again, like, you know, you know, I personally want to fucking take the House back. And I don't care if some of the Democrats that win that election are pro-Israel. I don't fucking care. Okay. I realize some of the Democrats are going to be pro-Israel. Some of them are going to be J Street. Some of them are going to be taking AIPAC money. And some of them are going to be anti-Zionist, like ready to cut Israel off. That is the coalition we still have in 2026. And that's a coalition we're going to have in 2028 too. And like, that's a realistic like take on where we're at, you know? And like, so I just want the Democrats to be in power, right? In 2028. Dude, it is contentious. It is, but like, dude, I'm just tired of acting like Zionism is the only fucking issue confronting America. Because it's just not, you know? You know what I'm saying? It's just not. I mean, it's a fucking byproduct of Christianity. And like, people think it's going away. It's not, you know? I mean, it's not. You can like reduce its power, but it's not going away for a long time, you know? You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's so exhausting to be having this conversation, right? Like, and we do this like once a week where we have this conversation where people act like there's this one on off switch, right? You know what I'm saying? And we're doing it again. We're doing 2024 again. Right? We are. We're doing 2024 again. You know? Warrentainment says Zionism is one of the main things holding us back. Thank goodness it's coming to a close soon. Convenience? Where you understand or not? I don't understand. Boohoo. How a convenient. What are you talking about, Anya? Let's go. Dude, Zionism is not coming to a close soon, boss. Like, right? I mean, give me a break, dude. Like, where do you have that idea? Right? Dude, where do you have that idea? Dude, you like can argue about something and still vote Democrat? Yeah, so Dark Storms, I know you can. But like what you have to realize, here's what you have to realize, guys, is I know you can argue about something and still vote Democrat. But like we have to keep up voter morale, okay? And we have to get people excited to vote. And it's really hard to do that when we're like, you know, if somebody says to you like, hey, Zionism's not an important issue to me, and they're in your party, and your response to that should be like, okay, what is your important issue? And then you guys should find an issue that's important to stay excited about, right? But what's hard about this is I feel like there are elements of the left wing that are using like arguments about Zionism as like a cudgel to like say like if you don't listen to them and do what they want, you're blue MAGA, and they call you all sorts of names, and they say like, you know, this is the number one issue, and then you know, when fucking Trump gets elected, they say like, oh, see, if you had a different stance on Israel, Trump wouldn't have gotten elected. But it's like, dude, America's filled with fucking Christians, bro. Like, you know, and most Christians are not active Zionists, but they're okay with Zionism. You know? You know what I'm saying? Right? And so, like, yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'm gonna go. I found this like tonight to be just mostly annoying, and I guess I have to think like forward how to go on about this, because I don't want to fucking sit here and like talk about Israel all fucking day long. You know what I'm saying? Especially when, you know, like voting rights have gotten rolled back, and then people are like, oh, I want to talk about Israel. And it's like, dude, that's so fucking annoying, boss. I like, you know what I'm saying? Dude, it is like so fucking annoying, dude, where it's like, really? Like, you realize that America's about to be gerrymandered, and like every red state, all of the blue people in that state are going to have zero voting power. And that's about to be that way in every fucking state in America. If you're red in a blue state, you're going to have no voting power. And then meanwhile, we're like, you know, you have some people that all they want to talk about is Israel. Like, you know, as though Israel is the only fucking country that exists in the world. You know? You know what I'm saying? Need to be able to ignore people and change subjects. Yeah, but like the thing about it is, though, is like, yes and no. Because I do want to include people in fucking chat, right? But like, I want, the reason why I talk about this is because I want to stop having these stupid fights. It's like, if like, I want to stop having leftists like try to take over the Democratic Party. Like, get your own fucking party or become a part of this party. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I feel like some people are trying to take over the Democratic Party. Dude. And so, like, if you want to take over the Democratic Party, I think you should get the fuck out of my chat. Right? You know? I mean, I am a leftist Democrat. But like the Democratic Party is the party I belong to. And do I want to make it more left? Yes, I do. But like yelling at my fellow Democrats to the point of where they don't want to vote is not going to make it left. That's just going to make us ruled by Trump. Right? You know? You know what I'm saying? You know? Dude, be careful what I ask for. Hey, man. Dude. I think, like, we can either, like, coalesce in the party. Right? You know? I mean, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like, I just think a lot of people are blinded by the word Zionism. It's like the new... Right? It's like become a new, I don't know. It's, you know, the horrors of Gaza have fucked everybody up. And now we're like grappling with that, like watching that and witnessing it and knowing that America was responsible for that is like really hard. Right? But like, I just think though, we're exercising, we're taking that pain out on each other and like, you know, like a lot of, you know, both Zionist and anti-Semitic racist replacement theory motherfuckers are trying to take advantage of us at the same time. You know? You know what I mean? You know? And I guess it's just like, it's nights like tonight that make me think that like the people on the left don't really care about defeating fascism. They want to argue about ideology and fight each other because they're in pain and they feel really powerless. And that's fucking annoying. You know? You know what I'm saying? That's fucking annoying. You know? That's where I'm at. Because once a week, I have some people who come in here and fucking, you know, like, you know, like tell me that like Hasan is this giant victim and the Democrats are the big evil, right? And I think there's like, I think they're both of those groups, right? The Hasan leftists and the Democratic Party are both like not being entirely genuine, okay? Because they're both fighting for political power and they're not being entirely honest about like what's going on, right? Dude, fuck bothers me. I did not bring up Israel, right? I did not bring that up, right? No, that was people in here that were like start talking about Hasan and they're like the big bad Democratic Party, you know? You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you right now, dude, like, you know, let's just see what happens. Let's try to win in fucking November, you know? Let's try to win in November. But here's what I know, guys, is you know, there is like, I know that among my political associates or whatever that I interact with, there are like Hasan and Mike from PA leftists that like appear to want to take over and overthrow the Democratic Party. And they always come at it from a left, like an anti-establishment sort of point of view. And they're monetizing that. And they're feeding people's anger and sense of powerlessness. And so there's like a faction there. And some of their shit is really good ideas and great ideas. But every time they lose elections, they blame AIPAC and they blame Zionism. They blame the fucking whatever, the Democratic Party. But they never blame the fact that the voters, for whatever reason, don't vote for Medicare for all, even though we all need it. Why aren't the American people voting for it? Okay, we need Medicare for all, and yet nobody will fucking vote for it. Like, we need to figure that out, guys. You know? Right? Like, why does everyone hate insurance, but nobody will vote for Medicare for all candidates? Dude. Right? Oh, shit. Dude, yeah. No, it is a good discussion, Ozzy. It's just draining, though, because I feel like I feel like the thing is draining is because everybody hates Zionism right now, but Zionism is also not going anywhere because it's intrinsically tied with capitalist imperialism and Christianity, and it is the staunch enemy of Islam, which is the other big major. There's two major religions, Christianity and Islam, and like, you know, Zionism is, you know, stuck in the middle, and then there's like Jews wedged in there that are like, we're not Zionism, and some people are like, yeah, you are. No, you're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. Right, dude? And then there's Putin and Ukraine and fucking, you know, Venezuela and oil and the Heritage Foundation and fascism in America and disappearing civil rights. Dude, let's go. You know? Oh, shit. When you recognize all the people attacked by Zionists as being anti-Semitic are also trying to tax billionaires, right? And like, but I mean, guys, it's like, here's the thing. I know. The thing is, though, guys, and here's where I'm ending. But like, you have Zionists attacking people as anti-Semitic, okay? You have people attacking people as Zionists, okay? So there are people attacking people saying they're Zionists, and then there are people attacking, like, saying that some anti-Zionist people are anti-Semitic, or all anti-Zionists are anti-Semitic. But then some of the anti-Zionist people are actually deeply anti-Semitic, and some people can't really tell who's who. And some people seem to be playing both sides of that field, trying to create political power. But like, I just want Democrats to win in 2026, and I don't care who the Democrat is, okay? if I have a Zionist Democrat versus a Zionist Republican in 2026, I am gleefully voting for the Zionist Democrat, and I don't want anyone to give me fucking shit about that. Because if you're not doing that, fuck you. Okay? That's my thing. That's my bottom line. Is if you can get an anti-Zionist person in there, then yeah. But if you have a Zionist Democrat or a Zionist Republican and you're not voting for the Zionist Democrat, fuck you. Okay? You are a problem. Okay? That's my bottom line. And if you want to argue that point, fuck you. I'm not going to argue that point. You know, because like that's where we're at. Okay? We need no more MAGA Republicans. And the thing about this is the reason why I keep having this goddamn conversation is because there are, in fact, some people on the left, including some Hasan people, and sometimes I think Hasan is that way too, that are like, no, if there's a Zionist Democrat, I'm just not voting, or I'm voting for a third party. And that is not okay with me. That is going to we're going to end up with Bible shoved up our fucking ass if we do that. Okay? And a lot of times the people that do that are rich people. Okay? People that are immune to fascism in America. Okay? So that's like my thing. And you know, and I need to be very clear about that. And the reason why Hasan is such a hot button issue is because I don't know. I actually think Hasan is, if it's a Zionist Democrat, I ain't voting. I think Hasan is that. And I think that him being that way is telling his audience to be that way. And I don't know if that's accurate, but I feel like that's accurate. Okay? And I feel like him talking about Gavin Newsom already in 2026 is a prime example of that, when he was talking about him. And I thought he was going to have him on his show and shit. Why don't you have him on your show? I thought that was happening. And like, you know what I'm saying? And so, like, to me, that is, I fucking don't like that energy. And there's a lot of that energy in this chat tonight, you know? And so I'm just saying, for me, when I'm voting, the Democrat is in my equation. Dude, Beard, let's go. Nice to see you, Tommy. Thank you for your input. Democrat is my number one voting line. Okay? And then, like, you know, like the Zionist or not Zionist is not my number one voting line. Right? You know what I'm saying? That's just it. Like, a long-term goal of ending money to Israel and fucking whatever, getting Zionism out of our fucking entanglement of our government. It's a great long-term goal. But that does not concern me in my immediate elections, right? Like if McMorrow wins the fucking the Michigan primary, I am fully supporting her, okay? And with no regrets, with no animosity whatsoever. If El Sayed wins, I am fully supporting him, okay? I have personal issues with Graham Plattner. That bothered me, that I thought, like, letting this guy in the party feels dangerous. But if he wins, I'm behind him, okay? And he's, you know, Janet Mills dropped out. I'm 100% behind Plattner, even though there's some shit about him I don't like, okay? There's some shit about him I really do like, though, too. He's really growing on me, you know? All right. Well, there you go, liberal. Let's go. All right. I just want Hasan to be fucking responsible. Dude, Mills quit, Rez guy. Dude, Mills dropped out, bro. Rez guy, you need to fucking catch up, boss. We love you. Dude, Plattner is the Democratic candidate in Maine, dude. Mills dropped out. She saw the writing on the wall, and she did the right thing, though. Like, guys, can I just tell you, okay? The thing about, like, that's a good example Like Janet Mills didn't run a campaign. Like she just dropped out and realized, oh, this is the person. You know what I'm saying? Right? I think that's a good move. I wish Katie Porter would do that in fucking California. All right? I wish Katie Porter would fucking, like, Katie Porter, if you're listening, dude. I mean, like, dude, like Xavier Becerra, I don't like him. I don't like Xavier Becerra, guys. I know he just feels very politicky, okay? And he's already saying he wants to open up oil drilling in California. I'm like, I don't know, dude. I don't love that guy. I mean, I don't dislike him as a human being, but he feels very politicky, dude. I believe it or not, I feel I like the Tom Steyer guy. I do. I don't know. He feels like, I don't know. I like him. I don't know. Oh shit. All right, I'm gonna go though. I have to go figure out some video to make. We just had a 5-hour and 20-minute stream arguing about like all this shit. And I think maybe I got to get better about just tuning this out, right? But, you know, I just, like, my thing is this, is like, you know, it is almost 6. I know, dude, it's crazy. It's okay to argue, isn't it? Just as long as we vote blue. I mean, yeah. I wish we would like, I don't know. I wish we would like get a little more like fucking backing our party during election years. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Right? You know? But it's just, we have an election year, guys, and like we're you know, I don't want us to think that we are fucking, you know, and voice our opinions up until November and still vote blue. I mean, yes and no though, right? Like I think you have to be careful about how I think we have to be responsible about how we voice our opinions during election years, right? Because, you know, if we piss everybody off, I mean, a great example is like James Tallarico and him realizing that he needs Jasmine Crockett's voters or he has no chance of winning Texas, right? And so, you know, you gotta be responsible with how we are around that situation, right? Parties are fragile. Voter fucking, right? Voter, like, you know, thought that's what I'm here for. I'm not here to argue. I don't want to argue with members of my own party. I just want my party to win, right? Like I want people to stop arguing during election years and to like pursue their candidates and then try to like back their party to win. You know? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want, dude. You know? Like I want, you know? But it's hard though. Because everybody's looking for power, guys. Dude. And unfortunately, America's more conservative than I wish. Like, I thought America was way more liberal than what we were. But then here we are. I think we're all traumatized with Trump, too. But I just don't want a repeat of 2024. I don't want a repeat of 2024. And I think that requires large content creators to be responsible with their followings. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, I'm going though. I appreciate you guys. We're going to go do the dance, but I don't want to talk about this anymore. This is just fucking, it's just draining. It is. It is just draining. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and the, you know, so it is just draining. It is. It is. It's fucking, it is draining, boss. No, I mean, like honestly, I have to make a move though, because I don't like, and the thing about this though, guys, is like, this is, it's interesting because I know we're talking about Democrats and leftism and shit, but like some of this I feel like is Hasan's fan base, is this negative energy of like only focus on one issue, be relentless about it, and Dems are as bad as the Republicans, and uniparty, and like I hate that energy. I can't stand those people. I don't even want to talk to them and argue them because they're just a drain. Okay, people who think both parties are the same are a fucking drain on humanity because they're not. Okay, and I have heard Hasan say that if Kamala had gotten elected, America would be just as bad. And he is so full of shit. He is such a fucking liar manipulator when he says that shit. He is playing to his fan base of bullshit. Okay? And Hasan does lie sometimes and say like really outlandish, like extremist shit like that to fuel his angry base, especially the more communist, revolutionary sort of people, right? You know? And I find that fucking annoying. Dude, it's like, right? Dude, you say Hasan is not the enemy, but sometimes he acts like he is. Okay? Right? Because he sometimes very clearly acts like he wants to destroy the Democratic Party, like he wants to take it over. And I have a problem with that. You know? I do. Right? You know what I'm saying? And I also know that like the propaganda machine is trying to make it seem like he's really extreme, and they're gonna try and make it seem like, you know, they're gonna try and fringe the Democrats and pin it on Hasan. You know what I'm saying? And dude, you know, I just want him to be more responsible, because he can have a very negative impact on the election, right? Right? And that's just how I feel, man, right? It's how I feel. It's like, you know, I think like I was definitely let down by how he behaved during the 2024 election. And I would love to talk to him, but he's not talking to me. I'm not big enough or important enough for him to talk to me. If I have a million subscribers, he would probably talk to me, but he's not going to talk to me as small as I am. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Right? Dude, he's a like a much larger fish, you know? Right? But all right, I'm going to go. I'm going to dance. All right? I'm already bored with this. We're going to fucking dance. But anyway, dude. All right. So let me just ask you this. You ready, guys? So you ready? Here, I have one question for you. Do we have the Hasan fans still in the chat? Right? So I have a question, right? So if McMorrow wins that Senate race, right? If McMorrow wins that Senate race, right? If she wins the primary, if Al Sayed loses, is Hasan gonna support McMorrow? Or will he not? Will he, like, that question to me is very important to, like, our coalition. Okay? Like I said, I like so much about Hasan, but like, if McMorrow wins that primary and she is the Democratic person, is Hasan going to support her? Right? You know what I mean? Like that is like a really important question about like where we're at as a coalition, right? Because, you know what I'm saying? And that's a thing though for, Democrats, right? To ask, like, if Al Sayed wins, are they going to back him, right? I think this goes both ways. But like this is the part about this like leftist centrist fight that gets me, right? Is that's where I think Midnight. So the thing about this though is there's no way to reach out to him. Okay? Like he doesn't have a, like, you know what I'm saying? You don't, it's not like I have a number to call and none of his socials have a, like, an emailable, like, uncontactable. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I've tried to sort of like make introductions. I've not yet had luck. Right? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, time to dance. All right? You ready? Here we go. Perfect is the enemy of good enough, dude. Let's go. Yeah, no, I mean, it will be a valuable discussion, but Midnight, it's hard when you're a content creator because you have to be of a certain size, right? And like content creators tend to, they travel up. Like the only way I could have, like, first off, I don't have time because I'm a creator. I can't sit in his chat for hours trying to reach out to him, hoping he picks my thing out of like 30,000 people. And when you have 1 million subscribers on YouTube, like that person has to reach out to me. You can't, a person with 80,000 doesn't go to 1 million subscriber YouTuber and say, hey, put me on your show or whatever, or hey, talk to me. It doesn't work like that. It has to start from the bigger guy down. That's just the way the etiquette, like even with Brian Tyler Cohen, I only met him because he left a comment on my video and reached out to me, right? And so the thing is I would love to sit down and have a discussion with him about politics and platform and all that, and Zionism and all that shit. I would love that. But I feel like I'm many years away because I need to be bigger, right? There's a level way it goes, all right? But anyway, hold on. Let me get this going. You guys ready? You ready? All right, we're going to do the dance, guys. Here we go. It's time. Let's get it. What'd you miss? You missed. Whoa, you missed pointless arguing. Mostly pointless arguing for hours and hours. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Where we will not be talking about Zionism. Fuck that black hole. All right? 'Cause I want more. I want more. I want more from you, yeah, more. See you guys tomorrow, baby. Let's go, girl.